and my older brother would call, but I got my matric, so I'm like, take me kindly. I'm not a dropper, I just wasn't in class. So it always gets me very excited to be a part of engagements of higher learning, higher education, because that is a part of my life. To my dad's broken heart, I skipped and decided to join the workforce early. But I do consider the work that I do a part of education and learning, so I'm excited to be with all of you today. I do not travel alone though. I'm going to have a co-facilitator joining me by the name of Lwazi Khoza. Some of you may know Lwazi from her student days, possibly. Also currently the head of communications at the NYDA. Lwazi, if you can just stand and warm welcome. Thank you so much, Lwazi. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning is hosted by the Department of Higher Education, and for this morning I'd firstly like to acknowledge some very key members of our audience. There also are some of our panelists and speakers. Firstly, the Deputy Minister of the Department, Ndade Budi Manamela. We can give him a round of applause. I mean, he is our host, and he is the one that is leading the conversations for today, particularly for young women leaders. Then our keynote address will be coming from Chancellor Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, Chancellor of Nelson Mandela University. We also are joined by the current acting public protector, Advocate Koleka Kalega. I heard those, woo, I know, ne? Job interviews on national TV. Yay! We have mad respect. And the interviews are still continuing, ne? We will give you feedback after today's session, or, you know. Advocate, thank you so much for your presence here. We also have Ms. Karabo Mohale, Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA. We have Ms. Ziniswa Losi, President of the Congress of South African Trade Unions. We're joined as well by Ms. Nombendilo Mkajwa, who's Chairperson at Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Mkajwa, thank you for correcting me there. We are also joined by Professor Ntabiseng Motsenme, University of Johannesburg Sociology Department, as well as women leaders of our higher education, and the gentlemen that are hard at work today. You must close your ears when you are talking, it's for ladies only. We do know that conversations around women in any space cannot be isolated from the presence of men, because we do require the men to play their part in terms of helping us create the space, helping us to build the tables where we would like to be seated, correct? Yes. So let's give it up for the gents, because after today, I'm seeing change happening. Kilona, you're going to be at the front, ne? Yes, I love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. And it is very critical, I think, when we are addressing some of the issues this morning pertaining to what affects you as women leaders at your institutions. We do not hide from the challenges we face by your peers that are men. We do know there were many reports in various student protest action of women complaining around their safety and a whole lot of other issues. And I encourage the gentlemen that are here assisting with escorting the ladies from all over the country to come and participate, to not exclude yourselves from this conversation. You are a critical ingredient in things getting to where they need to be. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. The program is officially open, and I would like to welcome the other person I didn't formally acknowledge because she has her very own moment, Metumi Masekela, who is the head of corporate affairs at Multichoice South Africa, Multichoice being a partner in today's event. Good morning, Sanbonani, Dumelang. How are you in Bogota? Good. Thank you. I have my phone because I didn't print my speech this morning. I hope that you don't think I am WhatsApping somebody when I look at my phone, so excuse me for that. Such a beautiful morning with powerful women in the house. I think maybe first of all, you have already opened the session and you have already acknowledged everyone, but I just wanted to say to Ndate Manamela, we appreciate you inviting us as Multichoice to partner with you on this very, very important meeting this morning with all of the SRCs from all of the universities, empowering women. Right up our alley at Multichoice. We're all about enriching lives, and since it's still Women's Month, we continue to shine the light and to continue to have the right conversations when it comes to women. Thank you for the invitation. I'm truly honored to be here and to welcome you all to the Young Women Leaders Dialogue. And I'm particularly excited to sit in a room with such diverse, inspiring group of young females face many challenges. Challenges around access, whether it's careers, education, but also these challenges, women reach great limits in their careers. Many of these women are sitting with us in this room today. You have heard who is in this, and one of the ways in which we do this is to support young people initiatives. And many of the initiatives that Multichoice is involved in, that we are super proud of, is our Multichoice Talent Factory. In the whole of Africa, since 2014, now trained over 400 young people to come and be the future storytellers of this continent. This is a program we are very proud of because this is the next generation of future storytellers that is coming up and will take the lead from us. We also have invested over 100 million rands in the YES program, Multichoice having the highest absorption rate, something we are very, very proud of. To say many of these young people continue to work in our organization and in our partner organizations as well. Give me a second. My phone just switched off. So I'm going to do this, I'm just going to speak from the heart. It's much better. Another program that we are very excited to be talking about is our partnership, again with the Deputy Minister and the University of Pretoria around AI machine learning. This is the future in the making, and this is a program that we are super proud of. With all of this inspiration, as Multichoice, we continue people. Let us acknowledge the power that sits within this room. Let us continue to motivate our young people because we know that the future is in your hands. And I know I don't have a lot of time, so I just want to say we are grateful to be invited to be part of this conversation, to share this journey with the department in making sure that all of you know that you are a priority in this country as young women. And we congratulate many of you for the positions you currently sit in. Continue to shine the light and lead our nation. I thank you. Thank you so much, Jumi. And I can attest to Multichoice's efforts in many of the productions that I work in and television as a producer, as an MC, as a host. We regularly have many of the Magic Factory graduates come and serve as interns, and they are stellar and exceptional, and we continue to appreciate Multichoice and the work that they do, not just with garnering young talent and upskilling them, but also in being a home for storytelling. Even if there are young people sitting here who say, I cannot decode, they are watching the clips on TikTok and Twitter, correct? There we go. You're seeing everything that is coming out of Multichoice. And
from all of our universities and our TVET colleges. And the idea of that conversation is, firstly, I think importantly acknowledging the role that young women student leaders are playing on our campuses, that they're not leaders for the future. They are currently taking up responsibilities in our institutions, in shaping, in contributing to policy, in attending to some of the challenges, problems that affect students, and in that way, cultivating their leadership responsibilities, and that in many instances, young student leaders see themselves as probably pursuing leadership roles in politics, in parliament, and all of that. But we believe that young women leaders should also look at different leadership paths and different leadership roles beyond, including but beyond, the political spaces or governance spaces. That we need young women leaders in administration, in public administration, in the judiciary, but also as community activists, leading, within civil society, non-governmental organizations, but also in business, in the trade union movement. And that's why we thought that a conversation between young student women and, sectors. Chancellor, we always engage with SRC leadership on a whole range of issues, including some of the challenges that has to do with policies, some of the implementation of those policies, some of the bottlenecks. But we thought that this space, could afford us an opportunity, and many of the women leaders broadly in society to come and exchange ideas. So basically that's what we're hoping to achieve today, that we hope that through these conversations would probably spark in the minds of those who are currently leading our campuses to look at the role that they can play in shaping the future of our society. And the reason why I am emphasizing the question of young student women leaders is because, causes such as gender, causes such as racism, and any of the major struggles in society, the kind of struggles that in society that we seek to build, has the basis in agency, and that agency is important. And I hope that with the kind of agency that we have, and the kind of role that we're currently playing, that the exciting shape. I'd like to invite the Chancellor. She said I can still call her comrade. She hasn't abandoned that, to come and speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm using both, just in case one shuts down, Good morning, Program Director. I must say, having heard you on radio over periods of time, like many people assume of me, I thought you were this Titan, but you are Titan.
Thank you.
Because Titan is not that, it's this, you know. So, Deputy Minister Buti Manamela, and if you allow me to digress, and I know the program director is going to call me to order, many years ago, I served in cabinet with Minister Steve Chwete, and I used comrade very liberally. And he said, you know, when you're in public office, you either say Ms., Mr., Doctor, or whatever else. And comrade is more general outside. So in this instance, I just want to say Deputy Minister Buti Manamela. I think it's a great honor to be with you today, but I think especially an honor to be in the company that we are in, the present and the future, and I'll come back to that. I'm not going to go through the acknowledgements of everyone, because I've been told that time is quite tight. But I do want to re-emphasize the acknowledgement of our student leadership and the students from across the post-school education sector who have joined us here today, and all the distinguished guests, friends, colleagues. A warm welcome to all of you. I'm honored and I'm humbled to have been invited to speak to you at this dialogue, and to be in the company of such an array of talent and potential. As I share with you this morning, I shall be wearing a few hats. And in South Africa, we have across the decades always had what we call the many hats debate. In politics, it was in the alliance movement about the triple hats. It was about the African National Congress, South African Communist Party, and South African Congress of Trade Unions. I'm going to disappoint you a little bit, and I'm not talking about those hats, I'm talking about a few others. So I'm here as the Chancellor of Nelson Mandela University, which I'm sure all of you are aware is located in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape, which is one of only 6 of the 26 public universities in South Africa that is currently headed by a woman, and that's the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Sibongile Mutwa. I guess in many ways, it's a commentary on where we are at as a nation, so that at the time when my term as Chancellor began in 2018, South Africans often remark that it is unprecedented in our system that 3 leaders of the university, namely the Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, and the Chair of Council, were all women. And I hope we will one day reach a time where the visibility of women in leadership positions will be considered a norm rather than an exception. While the position of Chancellor is a titular position, it has immersed me into and also challenged me to reflect on the complexities of running a university in a world and a country where the knowledge enterprise and its organization are fast changing, and in many ways we never imagined possible, propelled mainly by technological advances. I'm also here as a woman who has devoted a lifetime to political activism, who has also been in exile in part of that time, and who on my return occupied multiple positions as a minister of various portfolios. So it was actually 2 portfolios, but I occupied one for, I think it was 2 consecutive terms, and hence the multiple positions. More recently, I have, amongst others, served roles in multilateralism, the United Nations in particular, and served as a special envoy on gender in the African Development Bank. And I therefore bring to this dialogue some insights from that particular environment, with all its complexities and diverse understandings of what this has meant for the advancement of society. I hope this will be helpful in thinking through issues that are up for discussion today. And thirdly, I'm here as a woman who have lived the reality of being a woman in what very much remains a man's world in politics, public service, and business. I am also a mother, a grandmother, a sister, and all those roles which prepare us to lead as women, yet which are often not celebrated enough in our organizations. We can all agree that the past 2 decades, at least, have seen very rapid and turbulent changes in higher education, which continue to have really unparalleled implications for the governance and leadership, as well as institutional cultures of our universities in general, and for women in leadership in particular. And I'd want to go more to the Turkish region and quote academic on that side who encapsulates the prevailing dynamics succinctly when they speak of higher education, of a higher education context, and I quote, gender blind, market driven, and performative culture of the new neoliberal academy, in which women face unique challenges in the higher education spaces in general and in the leadership context in particular, close quotes. That said, we also know that we've seen quite dramatic and in many cases positive shifts happening when it comes to the representation of women in higher education in the past decade alone. Audited statistics for the period 2018 to 2021, bearing in mind that these will have been influenced by the COVID pandemic and the retrospective nature of audited HEMIS data, include the following. Firstly, an overall 8.2% increase nationally and a decline of 3.3% in the enrollment of Black African males. Overall, across all groups, there has been a 2.2% increase in female and a decline of 7.1% for male student enrollments over the period. Secondly, nationally, as at 2021, and this is audited data, student enrollment stood at 1.068046 million, and with 849,246 of these being Black Africans, comprising 524,337 females and 324,828 for males. This represents 79.5% of total student enrollments in our universities and confirmed current trends and provisional data which indicate a majority black and female enrollment at our universities, with 62% being black African females and only 38% being black African male. This male to female dynamic and ratio is reflected in other population groups, albeit with declines in their enrollments. When we look at the selected data related to staffing and leadership at our universities, we note firstly that in 2021, more males than females have doctoral degrees, but more females than males have master's degrees, providing yet further evidence of a growing cohort of females making their way up the academic career ladder. And this, of course, is reflective of the increasing representation of women students, their success rates and their graduation rates as indicated earlier. Secondly, as far as the gender of senior staff is concerned, in 2021, 1,535 men and 1,400 comprise an average of 50% of this category. This declines to 40% at the executive, dean/director level, 20% at the DVC level, and only 23% at the VC level. As mentioned, only 6 of the current 26 universities has women leaders. But of story in terms of a shift in the right direction for women's advancement, albeit uneven. But what it hides are stark realities of the precarious society in general. As we claim our space, it seems there's a concurrent and a parallel process of closing spaces, at worst, or waning spaces at least. The utmost scourge of gender-based violence in the higher education sector, and of course our society, is a matter of public record. And it's a disgrace, it is a disgrace of our nation. Intractable and multiple forms of patriarchal manifestations in higher education, which color the life progress with regards to women's improving participation and inclusion. In addition, at least the public perception points to the curtailment and undermining of both personal and professional agency of women. Fear, insidious and pervasive, still defines the regular experience of women in these spaces and remains a marker of their material ongoing subjugation, notwithstanding the practical numerical gains. We have some incredibly difficult work to do at breaking down the many cultural, socio-economic and professional challenges and barriers we continue to face. It will require courageous conversations and sober introspection to make lasting inroads. More importantly, we need to commit to providing spaces for intergenerational dialogues so that as an older generation, we continue to learn as we lead and also work to liberate the agency of young men and women so that they do not have to perpetuate the mistakes of the past. We have to be cognizant that exemplary role models and pioneers who embody that which we would want to emulate transverse generations and time. So it's for this reason that these intergenerational dialogues are critical in ensuring that as different generations, we interrogate our own attitudes and understanding so that we all learn and celebrate the generations of elders while we as young women and as young people position ourselves to gift into the future. It is discursive and iterative. The co-director of the Embodiment Project and the recipient of the Martin Luther King Jr. Award from the Fellowship of Reconciliation and the Jill Lopez Award for Peacemaking states, and I quote, "If we carry intergenerational trauma, and we do, then we also carry intergenerational wisdom. It is in our genes and it's in our DNA," close quotes. In tackling limitations to women's rights and expanding their spaces and agency, we have to disabuse ourselves of the often popular notion that young people are apathetic. We have countless examples and role models of young people, including young women, who are doing great things in South Africa today. The panel members that are going to be engaging in the dialogue today are an excellent representation of this women's agency, this dynamism, this brilliance, which should be celebrated. We also need to shift our thinking, in particular in perpetuating a narrative of women and young women in particular as victims. At Nelson Mandela University's Dr. Brigalia Bam Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka questioned, why is it that we always speak of women who are raped and not men who rape? Not men who rape. We have to shift the spotlight to where the change needs to happen and work alongside all people of conscience to drive change. And we should do so for all those men who are in positions of power. And when they abuse women, someone steps in to turn it on the women. And all of you know such stories. So in conclusion, focusing on higher education, I would like to suggest that the leadership of higher education institutions should also be more attuned to the changing expectations of various stakeholders, the various stakeholders with whom they are involved, and the communities in which they are embedded. Women leaders have a critical role to play in this regard. As a small but expanding vanguard of leaders whose lived experience reflect better the experiences of women in such institutions and in society. Some even suggest that women will take a leading role in the process as leadership models change, requiring more collaborative and deliberative styles of leadership. Having said this, we cannot be complacent, as the inherited patriarchal and neoliberal culture systems and structures will not be easy to dismantle. There is a great need to interrogate and transform the curriculum as a formative platform to a greater extent than that which is currently the case. Perhaps starting with a very basic introspection and understanding regarding your reason for raising your hands to be leaders. Put simply, why have you elected to become leaders? Is it to serve others, advance your career prospects and competency, whatever they may be, or perhaps to simply have, hopefully, simply have access to power and wealth accrual? Let's think carefully. Let's think carefully. Which one is it? No doubt, you will all want to make a difference and hopefully leave your own legacy one day for others to emulate and build upon. And it all begins with the kind of leader you want to be and the choice of leadership you choose to exercise. I trust today's dialogue will provide a building block on your respective journeys to become transformative change leaders. I wish you only the best and trust today's engagement with accomplished leaders lined up as panelists will be truly game-changing and memorable. I again thank you, Deputy Minister Mandela, for inviting me to share these remarks. And thank you all.
Thank you so much for those words, Chancellor. I think they're going to resonate with each and every one of us, especially, what you're sharing about what we put the spotlight on in certain narratives. And the example you used was that of rape. And it's, one of the things that stands in my mind. Somebody once said, why is it that every woman knows a woman who's been raped, but men never know a guy who, they don't know them. But they happily will defend with everything and with their chest. So I'm happy to hear that conversation is beginning of how we move ourselves from being victims to victors and how we change where the energy is going. So that we're not asking, the woman what she was doing, who she was with, what she was wearing, what she was drinking. That becomes completely irrelevant in the conversation. We need to focus on the action and on the perpetrator. And while I am very, very hopeful that we have so many individuals that are in key positions where change can happen, I do feel the road is going to be a long one. In the same way that racism is still alive and well and kicking. And I recall being in primary school. I went to a private school, and us as the black kids were the minority. Majority of the kids were children of diplomats from various countries around the world. And I remember the one time I wanted to go sleep over at a friend. They were Polish. Mind you, this was before 94. St. Mary's DSG. And my parents were like, we need to go to that house, see where you're sleeping, see what they're going to be feeding you. And we're like, what are you talking about? Mom, stop it. Is there a dog? Where does the dog stay? Only now, as a parent, I'm like, yay! My child's not even going to be doing sleepovers. And I didn't get it, and my father then once sat me down for a conversation because I could not see this racism he spoke of. Yes, I saw the visuals. I was there dancing in the lounge when Nelson Mandela was being released. But it was not in my foreground. It was not in my active life because all the white people I engaged with were barely even South Africans. Until he said to me, you will be lucky if racism disappears 3 generations after your generation. And I used to think, what is this man on about? So negative, Papa, or negative man. Until I lived in a real life. I'm an executive producer and my business partner is a white man. We are equal in our world. But the moment we sit in other boardrooms, there are things I will say that are not heard, and he will repeat the same thing after me, and suddenly, what a brilliant idea. The things are very, very, very subtle, but very loud. And these are the conversations that we need to be able to have. The stats about only 6 of women leaders. I was the acting chairperson for the biggest music rights organization in Africa, SAMRO. And at one point, the CEO, the acting chairperson, who was also the vice chairperson, myself, and the CFO were women. The first time in history. And then we looked around at other music rights organizations like, how? We are the first in the world. We have a long way to go. So on that note, I'd love for us to begin with our first panel, and I'm very conscious of time because we're going to be losing certain individuals and bringing others to the stage as well. So in our very first panel, please can I welcome, and you may take the second seat to my left, Advocate Kollega Galega, Acting Public Protector. I'd like to welcome Ms. Garabo Mohale, Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA. Second seat. You can come one more seat. There we go. And then I'd like to also welcome Ms. Nompumelelo Mkajwa, who is Chairperson at Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Is Nompumelelo with us? On that note then, I think it is only appropriate that our keynote speaker may take the fourth seat for this first panel. Because you are here, we must make you work. Can I just confirm we have a roving microphone? Do we have a roving microphone in the audience? Okay, may I please have, only because I know Ostumi, I'm going to make you work this morning. We have our roving microphone so that we can just give an opportunity to all of the students that have questions. Then we move on to the other mic. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Not bad. Yours is working. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. There we go. All right. I'll quickly do a microphone check by asking a one-sentence question to open up this panel. Young Woman Leadership Dialogue. What should be the key focus in one sentence? Advocate.
Yeah, I mean, another able to do. For me, they not have it all. That it's either they choose a career, or they choose to be someone's wife, or they choose to start their own businesses, or they choose to be mothers. We can have it all, and I think that should be the focus, and I think that's a myth that we must demystify, that we have to choose one of the above and not have everything we want to have under the sun.
Can you and I sidebar about having it all with a 2-year-old son? I just, he comes on, get now on. Chancellor, our key focus, I know you've given...
I've given an overview, but I want to add that, and I think that's about sort of challenging the room on how do we become transformative leaders. Transformational leaders, I think is actually the word I should use, and exploiting this opportunity of gathering together intergenerationally as well. And just sort of what do people say, trivia or a fun fact, in 1973 I sort of stood for election as SRC chair. And my message was a bit off. I spoke about Ditan Turunada in alliance in the then Southwest Africa, talking about the bigger political things. And this guy spoke about, oh, we get bigger tuck shop and so on.
You know, someone, Chancellor once said, the role of men and women, you know, let the men handle the big things like, should Trump run, and things like that, and let the woman handle the small things like, what school is the child going to, you know, how much should we spend on groceries? And I think that conversation always makes me laugh because you were speaking about what seemingly might be the big things. They were important, but they were not as urgent as the issues that the Jane was addressing. So I want to pick up on that note. And I'm very conscious of the time of your time, advocate, and I will release you at exactly the time you asked. I will be abusing you until then. Advocate, there are so many important issues on the agenda of women in general. I want to now bring the focus to women leaders, but what are the issues that are urgent? Because, you know, we speak about equality, we speak about having agency, we speak about being heard, we speak about representation, transformation. What is urgent? Because the students that are sitting with us, I'm sure you've all been taught about doing the quadrants, right? Of important, not urgent, very important, very, you understand that concept. There's some issues, and the reason that I want to start on this note is because I want to do the Deputy Minister's homework for him. That if we talk urgent, these are the ones that he needs to walk away with homework in mind.
For me, what's really urgent, and I want to deal with a pertinent issue that faces all the society, is the crucial flow, you know, and you then ask yourself, what is the rule of law in the aspect of women emancipation? Firstly, are we speaking of equality? Are we speaking of equity? For me, it's very urgent that we make a clear determining factor that it is actually that Tom Bingham in this book, The Rule of Law, says, what is really the rule of law? Therefore, in the hands of which are majority men, and then we expect that we are going to achieve equity. When we look at the numbers, varyingly, yes, we have made strides, but are we there? We are almost 30 years into our democracy. The urgency was raised, and we cannot run away that balancing the race benefited black men. Now the urgency is that we need to realize that black men must appreciate that. And I want to make a very pertinent example. Amina Brunei said, it's time now for a male public protector. They said we've had 2 female public protectors, now we need a male. Now the urgency is that it's not the numbers, but it is the content, the contextualization of why we're speaking of women emancipation. Now it tells you that even what we would call esteemed legal minds do not understand the broader perspective, but it's for us now to contextualize these numbers and say, what must this then give us? But it's for those women in leadership positions to clearly understand the assignment.
You know, yes, I want to quickly comment, and I'll hand over to you, Chancellor, to come in. The example that you used, which drives me nuts, like my brain always thinks in clapbacks in this regard. Whenever black men feel it is time for a man, why do they never say, we've had so many black presidents, it's time for a white person? And the only time that we can make it real, our experiences, is by resorting to a racist example where they are no longer the ones that are privileged, which automatically puts the black woman right at the bottom of the food chain, right? Where we are stuck trying to be allies with white women that have a certain privilege and trying to be allies with black men who also have a certain privilege. Where in essence, when we say we are on our own, that is what we need. Conversations like that, where, you know, my strategy, and I'm happy to share this, whenever a man says something that sounds off kilter, play dumb and ask questions. What do you mean? Until they can answer no more, because they will answer themselves. So if a person says that we've had 2, we now need a man.
A term for a man or not.
Yes.
I think that's the point of view of the individual, and I don't think that we really want to trivialize the issue of the position of public protector by question I wanted to raise that was triggered by the acting public equity as urgent rather than equality. And I wanted an elaboration on why.
Because I think if you look at South African society, and you look at the struggles we've engaged in over a period, and this comes from our past, looking at the battles we're still fighting, I would argue equity, yes, and equality. I wouldn't say give up any space, because as we see, once you have an element of complacency, you also, or you think you've got it, we've got the equality side. Rollback is a given, you know, just as if we want to talk about patriarchy being a given. Racism globally hasn't been resolved yet. So let's not give up one and say the other only. Let's actually look at the instruments that we have available, both in our constitution and with the commitment to the rule of law of saying we demand both.
And we can add on how those two could live together in the context of what Chancellor is alluding to. I mean, you speak from a space of law, which while some might think is not relevant to them, law is relevant to each and every one of us. I hope each of you has a copy of the Constitution somewhere, whether you're interested in the law or not. We don't want you to be interested right now. We're trying to figure out what your rights actually are.
The issue here is not to leave out the other, but it's to accelerate the other, because equity has been left behind. So it's as we move forward and entrench equality, but we need to accelerate equity so that those two are, and as Chancellor already said, they go hand in hand. But as we are right now, equity has been at the back, and it's the less that we speak of, and we speak mostly of equality.
By a show of hands, who understands the difference between, okay, let me rather ask it like this. By show of hands, who does not know the difference between equality and equity? Okay, so we've got some hands in the back. So I'm going to ask Chancellor, being the one in academia, to share with us.
Let's hit the little one. Because
so the difference between equality and equity?
I'm really going to simplify it. You know, there's really no difference between equality and equity, but we make a difference of it. Equality is to ensure that we are on the same level, we are on par. But how do we get to that equality? It needs to be an equitable manner to get into that equality. For instance, you made an example earlier on of having gone to private school, and you were the minority of black children in private school. You seemed equal in the classroom, but your circumstances are not that, and therefore you were not equal in a particular classroom. And therefore, there is more investment that must be made into you to ensure that you are equitable, you are on par, and thus you become equal with your peers with whom you are at in a particular classroom. So basically, that is how I would distinguish or work around issues of equality and equity.
There was a beautiful example. I don't know if you've seen the diagram of the two kids and I'm assuming the dad watching a soccer match from behind the fence. So it's very simple. Equality is giving him over the fence. Equity is giving the smallest kid 3 crates, the next kid 2 crates, and the dad no crates, right? So that they can all see at a fair level. So it is looking at a person's circumstances and giving them the tools and the circumstance or whatever the case may be, so that we are now equal. It's not to say everybody gets an apple. It's to say this one's very hungry, he gets 2 apples. Now we're all full, just to simplify. I want to ask you what is urgent. I mean, you're sitting in the NYDA, so you're constantly dealing with youth issues. You've got some amazing programs, and you know, I just from a broadcasting perspective, on Youth Day, I asked all of our listeners, what is really important? Outside of what the government theme is, what is important? And many of them, while they spoke of employment, actually many of them said mental health. And that was just from a small group of a few 100,000 listeners on an afternoon radio show in Gauteng.
Thank you very much. Coming from the National Youth Development Agency, we are faced with the monumental challenge of trying to ensure that there is some dent that we make in changing the socio-economic conditions of young people. So statistics advises us that over 60% of young people are unemployed. Now, that is the greatest and immediate challenge for us that needs to be resolved. And it is our belief that, when you transform the socio-economic conditions of young people, everything else becomes easier to manage. Not necessarily that it disappears, but it becomes a bit easier because access then becomes better. I mean, if I am employed and I've got sufficient money to afford a medical aid, mental health in terms of me managing and understanding what mental health is, because I've got access to health facilities, it becomes a bit easier. But when you've got young people who are in the far-flung areas of economic activity, of even healthcare services and general services holistically in South Africa, you've got a monumental challenge. And I think for me, the higher education space in particular has got a critical role to play in ensuring that we create a conducive environment for young people to not only become job seekers, but also become job creators themselves. We do encourage that young people, as and when they leave institutions of higher learning, have got some skill to be able to create employment for their peers. Not everybody can become an entrepreneur or an employment creator, but those that have got the skills and the means and the know-how to be able to ensure that they create employment, it actually goes a long way, because research also advises us that actually SMMEs are the greatest areas where you can be able to create employment en masse. So if you're able to train young people to be visionary in that sense, that they're able to meaningfully contribute to the economic trajectory of South Africa, it becomes easier. But beyond that thinking, there needs to be a conducive space for young people. There needs to be support that is given to these young people. And the other day when we're having a conversation around the type of support that the NYDA gives to young people in the space where you've got an unemployment rate close to over 60%, our argument is that young people are citizens of South Africa. The services that they get should not be only limited to the National Youth Development Agency. There must be a whole of society approach. We all need to come on board and say we've got a challenge of having close to 2/3 of young people in South Africa idling. And this is the majority of the population now. If you've got the majority of the population not doing anything, you're going to have a crisis. Your crime rates are going to be higher, rates of GBV are going to be higher. Generally, you're going to have a social system that is fragmented and that is not working. So there needs to be that collective effort, and the pace in which we respond to the challenges that young people face actually matters and is important.
I don't want to dismiss even or look over the fact that within those stats, there are very specific stats that speak to women, them being primary breadwinners, contrary to us being called gold diggers and there's no job. And I'm just like, while being conscious of time, I'd like to just give an opportunity to one or two of the students before we release the advocate for any questions directly for the advocate before we release it. Can we please have the two roving mics? Let's get, by show of hands, it's going to, okay, we've got a question over there. That will be our first question. And the second question, I think that might be all we have time for the advocate. You just missed the row. There we go. If I may ask that you introduce yourself with your name, your role, and your institution that you're representing.
Good morning, my name is Mandela. I'm the outgoing chairperson of the SRC at Stellenbosch University.
We can give her a round of applause. Thank you. Go ahead.
So my question is centrally around the intersectionality of challenges, and I think it it sort of speaks to this conversation we were having earlier on equity and equality. I really like what the Chancellor said about how when it comes to the question of equity and equality, it's not a case of either or, that both of them work together. So I suppose this is a question for the Chancellor as well as the public protector. But Chancellor, in your opening speech, you spoke about
Can
how...
I just ask, we're about to lose the advocate. So if your question is just for Chancellor or direct to the advocate, yes, because we're going to lose it in 4 minutes.
Sure, then yes, directed to that. Yes, thank you. So I do want to make reference though to your opening speech, Chancellor. You mentioned that women's conversation, or the conversation around women often gets raised around GBV. And then you also mentioned this issue of the LGBTQ community, how that also is that group of people, that demographic, is also mentioned, namely when GBV comes into question. So my question is sort of around gender diversity and how can we be more inclusive or intentional about having gender diverse representation, and where do gender diverse bodies fit in when our conversations tend to be around single-sex spaces?
Thank you so much. And I think we are very fortunate we live in a country with a constitution that recognizes all individuals. We see in the news the atrocities that are happening to many of the minority groups within that community. Advocates?
I think for me it's very clear. When we look into the past and we take cognizance of the women who marched in the 1956 past laws, is that one, we need to be united. In order to address diversity, we need to be united. We shouldn't be segregating ourselves. And I think you mentioned something earlier about white women. There's white women, there's colored women, there's Indian women, there's black women. Reality speaking is that all of us have suffered oppression as a woman. And we need to then be united as a woman. But at the same time, as much as I'm a champion of feminism and women oneness, we shouldn't leave the man behind. Because if you leave the man behind, you drive an agenda within an inclusive society. Our constitution is very clear about us being inclusive. And also, we need them in the spaces where they are leading to actually incorporate the issues that affect women, that affect issues of diversity. So for me, really, the starting point is getting everyone around the room. And I'm happy that we've got men here who are audiences as well, because they need to understand the issues, and they need to be able to articulate them and interpret them the very way we do. So they must understand the woman perspective, they must understand the LGBTIQ perspective, so that they too are able to integrate it within their systems in which they function.
I think maybe to also give a little deeper into the question that has been asked. How then, if we're sitting in a young woman leadership dialogue, do we then start to have gender inclusive, which would involve those that are non-binary, those that are intersex, and also for us to be mindful of the fact that many individuals that are intersex were assigned genders at birth that they did not choose, but they now are being forced to say, I'm trans or I'm something. So I'm very intentionally excluding the sexuality element of the group and focusing more on the identity. So in conversations like this of young women leaders, how should we be inclusive of the other minority groups? Because they aren't spaces, and when they are tiny and they are excluded.
Honestly, let's not assume that they are minority. You know, it's that of what we know. But the fact is that we need to create more diverse spaces, and we need to have spaces where we invite everyone. And it's basically I said, we need to invite everyone. We need to stop the segregation. But of course, there are assignments where we say, so and so and so and so are best suited to then execute this particular assignment. But this assignment must come with the diversity that we have in mind. And it's for everyone to understand what is happening in each and everyone's form within this particular diversity, because from which point do we then move into the future.
And I think that also just assists in people not having to be forced to say what they identify as. So if once it's inclusive, everybody is welcome. Advocate, it is your time. I'm so sorry, I know somebody had a second question. Okay, let's quickly take another question. It was row number 5. Just raise your hand so the microphone can be sent your way. You can feel free to stand and just pass it on. There we go. Thank you so much.
Greetings to those at large. I am Clara P. I am the SRC Secretary of the Northwestern University. Advocate, you said that we are basically trying to catch up to the equality from equity, right? So I'm in a stance, or if I don't want to misquote you, but to say that I'm for women empowerment. Viva, but I just want to emphasize that in our race to get into equality, there's this misconception that just because you're a woman, we're supposed to put you there, even if you don't have the capacity or the capability to take in that office. So we are going to vote for you just because you're a woman. And I don't know how we then bear that. In as much as we want to catch up, we also, if there's 2 candidates for a substitute chairperson, and the other one is a man and the other one is a female, and we know that this individual that is a male figure works, we will then vote for the male, just that we are catching up to that equality. I don't know if it's making sense to the House, but then how do they remove that then stigma?
Can I ask a question before you sit? So are you against, just so I understand the point of reference you're coming from, are you against a woman being voted for because she's a woman, even though she is not as great a candidate as the man? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, I'm against voting into an individual, regardless of sex, with no capacity, no capability for that position just because they are female.
Okay, so you are saying then, and I'm being very specific for a reason, you are saying no capacity, no, in my mind, I'm imagining 2 candidates.
No content.
Okay, then that simplifies the question. See, that simplifies, because that simplifies the question, and the reason I ask it like this is because in many of the positions you will be in, it's not likely, it is very unlikely that the female candidate has 0 capacity, right? But you can find circumstances where it's a close call, but the man is clearly the stronger one, right? So in that scenario, which is the more difficult one, Advocate, I'd love for you to share your views, as she then is pointing out to say, we also don't want now a woman misrepresenting us. Now she's there, there's that clip of the rugby woman playing, and she couldn't kick the ball, and then that became that, you see why women mustn't get equal pay in sports. Like just one clip, and yeah.
I think that's the biggest challenge that we go through as women, is that when it comes to women leadership, the bar is raised. And when it comes to men, it's okay. And when it comes to us, and by the way, we are the first ones to want to say that should tick the following boxes. And for the men, there's no box to tick really. You know, even if you look into our very own country's leadership, you look and you go even very closer into the leadership of higher education and training. How many of these men are actually leading these institutions, and the institutions are actually not performing as well? But the spotlight is on the women, and we've seen that in our country recently. So for me, it starts with investing in the development of women. And not in comparison with men, but for the women, and designed for women, and designed for the being. Our constitution is very deliberate as well by saying women and men. And there's a reason why it starts with the woman, because there's more that is required to build the capability and the capacity of the woman. Not because the woman is weak, but the woman didn't have that opportunity. So I think we shouldn't be that
ourselves as women. But yes, we do need that capability and capacity. But I think we must invest around the development and we must invest around the support. And we as women must support one another. And many of us, by the way, are products of transformation, of employment equity. When I first became appointed into an executive position, I did not meet those requirements, but I had the potential and there was investment into my development. There was support that was provided to me to be able to do the job and actually excel into doing the job. I mean, when we transitioned from apartheid into democracy, which black men knew how to run a state? Now, why must we then now be saying, what experience does this woman to lead here have? So it is very important that we become deliberate in saying what it is that we want to achieve and how do we achieve this and what do we provide to this woman to ensure that they are able to achieve that. As much as I am for quality, I am for excellence, but I am not for the debate that says let us compare the capabilities between the black man and the black woman, because the black woman didn't have the opportunities that the black man has had thus far into our democracy. That is why I started off by saying black men are the biggest beneficiaries of our democracy. Now let's go back again to your issue of saying, would we say we now must bring back the white man who had the experience and the black men who didn't have the experience and they had the opportunity and capability and capacity was never part of the debate, and why must it be now? Let us be deliberate in saying we are going to develop, we are going to support, and we are going to ensure that they become empowered and they even excel even more. And by the way, women have excelled in this country in leadership, and it is upon their shoulders that we stand and that we are grateful for as women of today. And that is what we need to teach the upcoming leadership, the current leadership and the upcoming leadership of the country, which I believe is women.
So I think I'm also a product of affirmation and empowerment appointments. Disney came into the country to do a 10-series anthology on African stories. It's out on Disney Plus. There were 0 women voice directors, not just here, also in Hollywood. But the executive producer said, I want a black female. And she called me and she said, I know you've directed music, I know you've directed television. Are you open to us upskilling you to take on this role? And I said, yes, I am. She created the space. She said, first I want you to start in the first few sessions learning under this man who's done 1 million Disney Hollywood films, because we didn't have those roles prominent in our country. She created, she said, don't worry, I'm going to cushion you. I'm going to create development for you. After each session, she'd say, how are you feeling? Then she allowed me to start running sessions by myself, at which point I actually realized, after following the footsteps of this phenomenal man, there's certain things that he cannot do that I can, because they are our stories. He's a white American man that can't understand, when do you use the word age? Now when I'm directing 1 million, I started sitting in sessions and the actor started saying, wait, I need to hear what the Lebrile thinks. And then she said, you are ready to be on your own. Now I have an international voice director credit. I was not qualified, I had no capabilities, but a woman created the space and she created the team. So, can it be done? Again, we cannot put a woman in a position and then leave her to fail. Yes. It requires everybody in the system. So the person makes sure to say, you are training this woman. She's going to be succeeding. That is the intention. This is our succession plan. And we will judge your work on how great she is. So I'm phenomenal because now he's personally invested. So yes, we will hire the woman because they're women. Advocates, thank you so much for your time.
I want to just make one point. And the one point that I'd like to make, because I'll come back to the other questions.
questions that were asked. So, Advocate, I agree with most of what you've raised, but there's just one thing that I want to have clear for all of us. I think we shouldn't make a comparison between men and women when we talk about leadership of this country, in the sense of the example you used, where you say, when we built our democracy in 1994, there was no black male who had an experience of leading. And hence you raise the question, so as a result, we shouldn't be as harsh on women. I take it a bit further. There was no South African who had the experience of leading a democratic country. We all have to make that distinction. Because the minute we become a reductionist and say it's simply a race issue, we miss it. It's about democracy, building together. And I think if we look at the statistics that I presented earlier, I would agree that we tend to be, and I'm speaking in a general sense, and I'm not responding to the specific, we tend to, in instances, whether it's in higher education, whether it's in business or anywhere else, when there's a selection of a candidate or a woman candidate, people will say, are you sure? And when they look at it, they don't simply look at academic experience, and this is the equity equality debate, because all the kids are going to similar schools except the kids who have a deficit. The inequality in terms of class, the inequality in terms of rural-urban differences, and in context is important, and the very critical question that is raised around intersectionality that I will come back to later. So I think what I'm trying to raise is that many of these issues aren't simple issues. And we must also not assume that women are homogeneous as a group. It's not the case. And hence it's necessary for us to have the transformative leadership to provide the support to everyone, especially women, to succeed. But it comes to the question, how do we identify around it? So I think let's be careful that we're not too simplistic in our answers, because this is a complex matter and we do have the answers. Thanks.
Advocate, thank you so much for gracing us with your time. You have a room full of young leaders rooting for you in your very public job interview. And should the role be bestowed onto you, you have the support of all of us and the entire country.
Yes. Thank you.
As the advocate makes her way, I wanted to just add, to pick up again on your question about picking the candidate. When we speak about representation matters, I can tell you a very simple example of it doesn't always matter the way you think it does. Sometimes we think representation matters because a little girl is watching it. Now she knows she can also do it. Let me tell you how representation can matter. I had a talk show called Unpacked, and the show was shot, but the national broadcaster picked it up, and they decided they want to immediately go into a second season, which would have meant us, we thought it was a weekly show, it was a daily show. It's a lot of episodes. At the time, I was pregnant, and we sat in a meeting room with all of the leaders at the SABC. All of them were women, which was we only realized it in that meeting, but the reason I'm mentioning this is, all of them were concerned about my well-being. They said, we will move the TX dates out if you are not okay. If you want to breastfeed your child on set, while you are shooting, even in shot, you are more welcome to do so. Why is it important? Because had I been sitting in a room full of men, I would never have brought up the fact that I have a pending delivery, I'm going to be having a child quite soon. And many women who are pregnant in the workforce have many fears about losing their jobs and certain dynamics that you all experience when you get to that stage of your lives. But the part about representation matters. You need somebody in the room who is able to voice the things that, because power dynamics are not in your favor, can voice them. Power dynamics were not in my favor in that room because I was an executive producer. SABC was the one funding this project. They could have very easily said, when you deliver, who is going to sit in for you? They didn't say that. This is your show with your name and your face. We're going to do whatever we can do to make it easy and comfortable for you. And that is why representation matters. You need people in the room who can speak for you when you cannot speak for yourself. That includes members of the LGBTIQ+ community, because even when you sit as a very key role and executive, you will find yourself in rooms where certain details are missed because they do not directly affect the other person. But you might feel like, hey, because we are our biggest gaslighters, right? We gaslight ourselves. No, they don't bring it up. They don't care about your baby. You'll be on, just do what you need to do. I shot that show, pumping in between episodes, having milk taken to my baby. It was the most friendly space. All of the guests knew and understood that. That is why representation matters. So, to go back, Chancellor, the question that was earlier asked around the intersectionality. I think let's pick up on that question and how we can have more inclusive conversations, particularly to, as the advocate rightly said, they're not necessarily minority groups we might not know, but we understand them as more vulnerable. I'll call them more vulnerable groups of the LGBTIQ+ communities.
So I want to say thank you very much again for the question that was asked. I saw it as pretty loaded in the sense that when the issue of, and you may not have used the words, so how do you ensure inclusion? It's also about how you identify. Because sometimes I think we very simply identify as he, she. And there's also other forms of identification, they and so on. And I think there's a need for us to become a lot more deliberate about how we can be inclusive. And there's some way to go, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what comes out of university spaces and SRC spaces, you know, to see how all this is dealt with. And yes, it is around the debate on how we deal with equity and how we deal with the issue of equality. So let me give one sort of general example, and it's quite a difficult one. And as I said, I served in a development finance institution on the African continent, and we had quite extensive debates on how do we deal with the whole issue of you know, the reality of the LGBTQI community on the continent as a development finance institution. Because the reality is that, with the exception of, I think it's 2 countries on the continent, the constitutions and laws are all skewed in such a manner that it actually it outlaws homosexuality or same-sex relationships. So what do? And as a development finance institution, and we there at the time, we said very clearly that we need to look into the whole issue of, firstly, what does the bank stand for? What are the values of the bank? And the bank's commitments to human rights and all that. Secondly, with the bank servicing member countries, you also have the reality that you've got to comply with the laws in those particular countries. So the big issue was, okay, we then need to ensure that we protect and ensure the safety of our staff. And we need to look at how best to deal with that, especially if there are staff members who may form part of these minority communities. And it's a difficult issue because you need to look at it in a context-specific manner. As you look at context, you also need to come back to the fact on how do we create these spaces. So in the private sector, very typically, when you have diversity forums, they have to lift these issues on the agenda. It's a similar issue, I would assume, and I'm deeply conscious of that, in the higher education sector, where you need to create these safe spaces and open spaces, because no one is going to voluntarily open these spaces. And you've got to do it. And I mean, it would be quite interesting to also see how this is done. And I think it was USMC who's raised the whole issue of let's ensure that we do have diverse space and safe spaces. And I mean, we've got to take that forward. South Africa has as a huge advantage the fact that our Constitution and our Bill of Rights actually entrenches our freedom to sexual orientation. And I can say, having been the deputy leader to Beijing, to the Women's Conference in 1995, that this was actually what enabled us to push the debate for the Beijing Platform of Action to include the whole question of protecting and defending women's and people's sexual orientation as well. So I think on the one side we need the law, but the second aspect is the application and the execution thereof, and creating the spaces to make it happen. And how do we work with different constituencies to take this forward? Because we know that there's been a terrible backlash that has come from religious right groups, a terrible backlash that has generally come from conservative groups as well, and hence the whole debate. And you asked the question earlier, MC, so what is the most urgent? I think one of the most urgent things is to protect the spaces that have been created whilst we deal with the reality of inequality in South African society, income inequality, joblessness, poverty, and all. Because when you have all these layers, it actually makes stigmatization, discrimination, rejection and othering of people so much greater. So today it's against the LGBTQI community, against sexual minorities. Tomorrow it's against religious minorities. The next day it will be against foreigners and the growth of xenophobia and all. And hence it's necessary to always create spaces to have dialogue and debate. But for that, Minister, we need to ensure that government, the private sector, trade union movement and civil society grow our economy. We need to create jobs. We need to ensure that there's no hunger in society. The fact that we have children dying of malnutrition in parts of this country in 2023 is totally unacceptable. It goes against the Constitution, it goes against the Bill of Rights, and it allows people who are in situations of desperation to lead out against all the other aspects of this beautiful country of ours that actually celebrates diversity. Because the safe spaces is about celebrating diverse spaces, and it's also not pushing out anyone. And that's why I said earlier, feminists are men as well. We shouldn't assume, and hence I said women are not homogenous as a group. We shouldn't assume feminists are only women, because you have bigots who are women as well. You'll find feminists who are male as well. Let's unite and bring together those who will form a social movement for the change required. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask for the microphone. We've got one question. Is there another hand that would like to? Okay, question number 2. I saw you first. Let us get microphones. The first one will be coming down here, second row. Remember to please introduce yourselves, your role or title and institution that you're representing. Okay, the first one we've got.
Thank you so much.
You may stand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I'm not a student.
You also represent something.
Yes, I'm a crushing when the students are being asked. But really, this is a very relevant. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Vati Puzankaga. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, Internationalization, Postgraduate Studies at Tshwane University of Technology.
Round of applause.
I am also a former board member of this particular organization, Sci-bono. I've served this organization for 3 full terms. I'm a scientist by profession.
Yes. How of you are like, I just planned in grade 8.
And let me go straight. Let me first express a sincere gratitude to you, the Minister, for creating this very conducive environment for this very important topic. I woke up early morning from Pretoria just for this session, particularly because I see it as very important, and I believe that as leaders in the institutions, these are the spaces where we need to found, and these are the spaces where we need to contribute, where we have young people. Many a times the events that we're involved in, they are void of students. We're speaking to one another, and I sometimes ask myself, so what are we trying to do? Are we preaching to ourselves? But anyway, thank you so much, Chancellor. Thank you so much, Karabo and Advocate. Karabo is our own, by the way. Working as TDT. I just want to pick up, and maybe the Minister will bear with me. I'm taking advantage of being in here. I just want to pick up, maybe let me start by expressing sincere gratitude on your commentary, Chancellor, about the fact that we seem to have many things that are normal. We've normalized them. We need to change the narrative. We need to be speaking to the issues in a different manner. Why do I say that? To say I'm the only Deputy Vice Chancellor who is a female, that narrative should end. That should end. So this whole issue of the first black female to do ABCDE, that narrative should end, because we are normalizing what is incorrect, right? 2, the main issue why that may need to stand up, the point that was raised by Karabo about the unemployment. You asked the question, what is urgent? And Karabo said, we really need to sort out the issue of unemployment. I'm not going to repeat everything that you said, but I want to zoom in to the very important position of academic institutions, particularly the UOTs, as far as this matter is concerned. The new minister, you were with us not so long ago. and we have showed you the type of innovation that as institutions are not selling out to UT. When I speak, I need to speak of the academic institution. We are not competing, and we are not putting one institution forward and leaving others behind. We are complementing one another as institutions. So many of us in the academic institutions, we are pushing a lot of research and innovation, right? And if you are talking about research and innovation, especially in the context of UOT, that kind of research and innovation leads to commercialization. And if you are talking of unemployment, there's a need, the Prime Minister, to intensify the type of support that is being put there to ensure that the SMMEs that Garabo is talking about, they are becoming a reality. By the way, at the Paka scale, we are already doing these things. You look at the technology stations that some of the UTs are having, who are training unemployed graduates to start their own businesses. Today, we're speaking of unemployed graduates, or rather than unemployed graduates, who are leading in businesses. And they were trained utilizing the funding that came from government through TIA, Technology Innovation Agency, as an example. But I believe wholeheartedly that if we can intensify this, because where does research and innovation start? It starts at universities. And if we are not trying to have a convergence point between that which is emanating from the universities and that which is happening in industry, and together with the funding that is coming from government, we'll be missing the point. Minister, I'm not going to repeat myself. I've said this very much strongly when we met with you. Let's intensify that which is emanating there. The capabilities are there. We are talking about the hubs that are focusing on calibers for pharmaceutical industry. We are talking about technology, electronics. We are talking about a whole lot of things, AI, artificial intelligence. And there are a lot that is already the proof of concept. But those things, they need to be taken to another level. And for them to be taken to another level so that they create employment, then there is injection of funding that will be required to do that. So let us not lose that which we're already having. What I'm trying to say is that as a country, we have already started. We need to intensify that which we have. It's not like we don't have what it takes. We're competing at a global level. And therefore, if we're already competing at a global level, then the question is, how does the country self-benefit from that which is expertise that is emanating from the very same country? Thank you so much.
I want to immediately ask for the microphone to be handed. The lady standing at the back. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. I'm now going to be limiting questions to 3 sentences. Those of you in academia are very used to very long documentation. Today we are going to exercise the skills of simplifying.
Thank you very much. My name is Matsuhome Palo. I am the current sitting president of Multichoice College, and also representing Safeta in the province of Free State as the acting provincial secretary. What I just want to touch bases on is about diversity and inclusion. And I think if we can improve in that, we can go far. And also what I would want is for us to teach the young girls that are coming today how to be leadership, how to be leaders of tomorrow. Because I think it has been something that has been lacking for the longest time. Not only because we don't want to, but because of how women were always subjected to being housewives. Women are always not supposed to be doing this and that. And I think the reason why I'm saying we should be teaching young girls leadership is because I want women today to take up high spaces in high positions. And maybe that's why we even have so many presidents as females in all the colleges, because we are taking the issue of leadership forward with females. And also, I also want to speak about the support.
You're left with 7 words now. You're very economical.
And also, one that we would venture in is the support that we need. We can't do it alone, it's true. We do need support. And having to be in a space where it's always men dominated. I'm not leadership, how to be men of the house, and we as females, we didn't grow up like that. So that is why I think maybe sometimes people would feel, why is she contesting for this presidency? Because she doesn't even have the content. But along the way, what is it that I can do as a female? And I also believe that we have to be respected as females and be supported in that issue. Thank you.
Sisters, you failed, man. You failed the assignment, the other word. But you raised some very, very critical points. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up to the panel, and I'm also going to make their answers as economically short as possible because we're running quite late. So to respond to that, it actually got me thinking. You know, we haven't actually put a definition of leadership, but one thing that the Deputy Minister did mention was to say let's not restrict our thinking of leadership to being positions in certain places. Even in your homes, you are leaders. Even at that little family meeting where they say, Bajama sit outside, budget home, you are a leader there. Right? You are leaders in all spaces. So to pick up off of that within the context of all types of leadership, because not all women aspire to take up executive roles or to sit in government, but they are very much leading by raising children, by being an aunt to somebody, being a tutor, preaching in church or Bible study.
Thank you very much. And I think perhaps mine is just to really comment, but I don't think it was a question per se, but really just how we can be able to ensure that we build an inclusive world that recognizes all forms of leadership. As you say, not everybody will be the forefront, others will lead from the back, others will lead from the sideways. But I also think that there's something critical that she mentioned, and I just want to latch on the conversation that actually took place a bit earlier. We need to stop being too hard on ourselves as women. We need to stop putting criteria that actually inhibit us from assuming certain positions, whichever position. I was thinking when we were having this conversation that when you're speaking about representation, the very first day I got into a flight that was piloted by a woman, I said a little prayer in my heart. Because for the longest of times, when you think about pilots, you think about male figures. And when there's this woman that is in the cockpit, you're already thinking, no guys, we're fine in the kitchen. And that's because we're literally being too hard on ourselves. And it's because we don't see enough faces of ourselves in critical positions that we end up believing that the only thing we must do is cook. And when we were speaking earlier, you mentioned something about having a child who's a 2-year-old, but you're not the only parent, right? Why must it be that when you must chase your dreams, you must first think about this child, when actually you're not the only parent? It must be both our responsibilities as parents to think about this little child that we both have to bring up in this world. More often than not, men can uproot their lives. Literally, he gets a job in the UK. If you have 7 kids, he's going to make an announcement that, look, I'm leaving tomorrow, I'm going to the UK, we'll see how we sort out this issue of our relationship, our marriage, our children, but I'm going. But when you as a mother need to take that opportunity, you would call a family meeting first, his parents, his uncles, everybody must be a boss for that, of the entire community, discussing how you as a woman who has got your own dreams must first prioritize everyone else, including his uncle that you don't even know. When he gets sick, it must be your responsibility to leave what you're doing and go take care of his uncle while he goes and does something else to better himself. So I really think that we must always remember that in this life that we're in, we're each other's keepers. We have a responsibility to defend each other's voices, to defend each other's capabilities. Even if a young woman, you still know, hear what for one another content, you have a responsibility to say, I read that's capital. You know, if you can just read this line, when you enter a BGM and quote Marx, I can tell you half of the men in the room don't even know the first clause of Marx, and they don't. So we have a responsibility to ensure that we bring each other along. We can't sit in a room and be the ones to say, no, but maybe you're not qualified, maybe you're not ready. It is our responsibility to say, Karabo, you are here. Your weaknesses are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ilebohile is strong when it comes to speaking, right? She will train you. This one is good when it comes to research. She'll be able to support you. So leadership is a collective role. It is not done by a single individual. Even the president is supported. I mean, the president stands up and speaks about complex issues. He moves from climate change, then he goes to economic reform, then he goes to multilateralism. The president did not study any of those things. The president studied law. He did BPROC, right? So it is an indication that there are people that he is surrounded by that actually assist him to understand and comprehend complex issues that are not particularly within his immediate competency. And that becomes the understanding that we must have as a collective, that you will not be a jack of all trades. That's why when we lead as a collective, we lead all of us sitting in the room, and where one lacks, you have a responsibility to support them and give them the necessary know-how. Yes.
Chancellor, I have another failed student of my life. Yes. Chancellor, please lead by example. Come and leadership.
Sorry, I knew you were coming with a curve. When you said to me, lead by example. I think the comment was made around the role of research and development in generating employment, growing the economy. I'm sure the Deputy Minister has heard it many times. I do hope that when the various subcommittees of Cabinet sits, that this message is conveyed sufficiently. We've also just come out of BRICS. We've got to look at what's the dividend of BRICS to the African continent, to South Africa, and in particular to the youth, the women, the children. So I think that message goes. I'm not going to repeat that. On the issue of leadership, and you've said it all, I'm going to just raise one small thing. And I was listening to you about this family Lahotla that brings the uncle you've never seen, that must also comment and all. It also just points to the fact that we sometimes use and abuse culture. Yes. And I want to say sometimes the capital C and sometimes with the small c. You know, because to a large extent, the issues we are raising today, it's not the first time these issues were raised. I mean, I can go back 10 years, I can go back 20 years, and you can look at many that have been in various folders, and I failed your test already. I'm like, but I think you ask yourself, when you say that this is an issue that these young people still have, it means that we've not done a good job as the parents of not only yourselves, because you're a bit younger than our kids, but of the sons and daughters that are there. So let me also say that one thing that we must do is we must remember that we are part of building the future. We are the ones that are building that African child that must understand the realities that we want to live. I mean, how many of us ever have a discussion of the Constitution, not at a theoretical level or a legal level, but really get to understand it in a manner that we live it, you know, because we feel this is what's going to make a better future. So let me conclude by saying that I have indicated earlier in the keynote, my keynote, that there's a need to build more collaborative and deliberative styles of leadership. And that's in essence what women bring. or should bring. I mean, we mustn't also make an assumption that everyone does that. And it goes to the point of whether it's the collective, the issue of being more engaging, consultative, and all. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if we want to stop felt to fail, we try and be that one person who dominates all the time and doesn't give anyone else a chance to engage. You know, so it's really about ensuring that we make a difference in how we do things, but do it constructively, and it can also leave you with us. We should also never make an assumption that support means agreeing. If that's what we assume, we are failing. So the fact that because I say, today say the sky is blue, and someone else thinks it's green, and I haven't really understood why that person thinks it's green, I then automatically feel that person is attacking me. That's not a mark of leadership. A leader must be able to navigate differences as well, and must be ready to receive criticism and to actually process criticism. Because if we need to assume that women's support means that all women must support women, and that's how things will succeed, it's wrong. Yes, we support women, but we must also be constructively self-critical, so that we can actually say, and I did that earlier, when I said to the acting public protector, I said it's a simplistic analysis to say there was no black male who was a president before, so hence, you know, don't be too harsh on women. The reality was that there was nobody who had led a democratic country. Even the previous regime and people who had experience before had experience to enforce an apartheid system. They knew how to deliver services to select segments of the population of South Africa and do so in a discriminatory fashion. We had to learn a new culture and system. We had to develop Batu in order to make a difference. So let's be open-minded about constructive criticism to both. And it goes to the point the young lady raised, where she said she doesn't really believe that you must simply appoint someone on the basis of their gender. And we really let her up. But we didn't listen carefully when she said we must have someone based on the capability. The challenge to her should be, why don't we allow the capable women to come through? Because we don't want mediocre women, because we've had too many mediocre men. Yes. You know, and they failed us. Look at where we are at the moment. We should be much further. So let's say we don't tolerate mediocrity. We want the positive and we want the best to come through. And there are outstanding women who must come through. And yes, there's nothing wrong with affirmative action, because that's for equity. We hold you accountable. You've got to deliver for the millions in this country. And it's not just, and it's to the three questions I asked, why are you a leader? It's not just for one reason, it's for everyone. And mind you, the issue of rules for breastfeeding mothers, it must be a given. That the workplace must be an enabling place for women of reproductive age. And then we just end by saying, you know, when we went to Parliament in 1994, we were pioneers. When we got there, toilets for women were very far away. They had to have toilets closer because I think there were 2 women in Parliament before democracy. We had to create
there was a need to create new spaces. You guys create the spaces, claim the spaces, build the future. Nothing holds you back, but also be ready to hear people and challenge them. Don't shut anyone down. Challenge them, because leadership is to ensure that everyone learns. I learn as an older woman. Having been a leader before, you learn as a younger woman. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
The reason you're forgiven is because the content you're sharing is so phenomenal. I only wish we could put our phones and watches away and just speak indefinitely. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to call it 5 minutes, but I'd like you to chew on something, because I'm going to be handing over to Rosie to facilitate the next session. I'd like you to use this little break where you go to the bathroom and quickly chat who you need to chew on how we as women are a part of the problem. So I'd like you to chew on that, because while we're sitting here just talking about the problems, there's certain things, just to pick up off of what the Chancellor has said about being self-critical. And you cannot be self-critical without being self-aware. So let's take a moment. I don't just want to hear about my aunt this and she always forgives it. No. At your very level, on your campuses, how are you as young women and young leaders a part of the problem? And feel free to come and bring to the fore what you see the problem as being. So for myself, I'm going to swiftly exit and hand over to Lwazi. You have a 10-minute break. Thank you so much for allowing me to this phenomenal space. I've program directed, I've made it very, I've been quite intentional to try and single out the men, to say good afternoon or good day or good morning to the ladies in the room, and then, the gentlemen we see. Because truly and honestly, this is our month, and if we are not acknowledging ourselves, we spend the rest of the year feeling as second-class citizens, which we shouldn't, actually. So it is such engagements that remind us that we ought to be very intentional about crafting women leadership, and there's no other better way of learning, and there's no other greater teacher than another woman, another black woman, another woman who has gone through a similar path as you to craft the way forward. In Zulu we say indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. So I think that the conversation that we're going to be having here with the second panel is just a platform for you to do just that. I'm not going to waste any more of your time because we are constrained in terms of time. I will request for my panel to please join me in the front. It's going to be quite a brief engagement, however, a very engaging engagement, because we know that after this panel, it's brief, but it's engaging, isn't it? Because we know that after this panel, we then will open up for the reflections of yourselves as student leaders. So I will ask, I will not read their bios. If you would like to know who they are, Google is your best friend. They are quite accomplished black women. We have Professor Intergenerational Wisdom, who is a professor at the University of Johannesburg in the Sociology Department. If she could please come and join me. We have Ms. Nompendulo Mkhatshwa, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in Higher Education, Science and Innovation. So she is the Ntumba. She's a principal here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Higher Education and Training reports to the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. So DM, I hope I do you justice in your program so that whenever you request funds in the upcoming Budget Steering Committee as we near midterm, you can go and present a concrete budget, and your chair will be very pleased with your department. And last but not least, we have Ms. Relebogile Likweta, who is the NEC Policy Development Officer of SAFETA. Okay.
Okay, it's perfect. So I think I'll start off the conversation by acknowledging the fact that I think the one thing that brings us here together is the fact that we all belong to an institution of higher education and learning of some kind. And the challenges that we face, to a certain extent, are very similar, but to a certain extent are quite different as well. And I mean, so I'm a government communicator. The roles that I'm flipped in between have been completely different. I have had to
flip my world of work from communicating for people that consume mainstream media, which is quite traditional, to people that consume information at the end of their fingertips, right? So how do you curate and ensure that the stories of women, and Nopendula, I'll bring you in on this, right? You are a young black woman who I think would basically describe themselves as a research student, and you play to an audience that sometimes believes is operating in worlds apart. You sit in Parliament and you then try and ensure that the youth of this country understand what is transpiring within the Parliament walls and corridors. So how do you ensure that in the work that you're doing, young women are at the center of it, and young women know how to access the various opportunities that are presented?
Thank you so much, Pesh. And good afternoon to everyone that is here in this room. It's really an honor to be with all of you. Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister, Mandela, all the progressive and really impactful work that he does in our sector. Can I see all the young women who come from TVET colleges, besides actually next to me here? Can I see all the young women from TVET colleges? I want to get out DM myself, shine, TVET colleges, shine. And I'm not surprised, DM, that the room is full of young people from TVET colleges, because our Deputy Minister has been absolutely steadfast and unapologetic about ensuring that TVET colleges are given, the requisite support and are made institutions of choice. At some point, there was this narrative that young people didn't want to go to TVET colleges. I think it's a lie now, yes? I think anyone who says young people don't want to go to TVET colleges, I think they are living in a different world, correct? As far as I know, and most of you are SRCs, right? Yes. How many young people did you have to turn back at the start of this year because we didn't have enough space? Lots, right? And I don't think all of them were coming to our colleges because they were rejected from universities. I think through the work that the DM has done, young people now understand what it means to be an artisan. Young people now understand what you can actually do with hard skills. Personally, DM, I want to go to a TVET college because I can't trust this thing called politics. But if I go to a TVET college, I can learn something that I can quickly turn into a business and be able to self-sustain myself and possibly employ others as well. So I'm very glad that you're here as young people from TVET colleges, and I'd like for all of us to give the Deputy Minister Mandela a massive round of applause. Pesh, to your question, communication is very important. And when women are at the fore of leadership, somehow we're not understood, All of a sudden people can't hear you. All of a sudden people don't know what you're doing. Why is that now? What do you mean? Did I not release a statement? Did I not post on Instagram what I'm doing? Did I not post on Facebook? Is it my fault that mainstream media doesn't want to cover the work that I do, the impactful work that I do? Is it my fault that when we send out a media advisory inviting mainstream media to come and look at the amazing work that we're doing as an SRC led by women, or an SRC that's far from economic hubs like Johannesburg, that they don't want to cover the amazing work that we do? Is it really my fault? All of a sudden people don't see the work that you're doing as a young woman leader. Where's I? I myself in my own spaces have ensured that, like Facebook, I don't like Facebook, guys. I don't like Twitter. I'm still not on Twitter. But I've gone back to Facebook because I've had to communicate. I've had to appreciate the fact that I am a public representative and I need to be able to communicate the work that I'm doing so that young women, young people in particular, are able to access the opportunity that I'm sharing with them. but are also able to raise concerns with me, right? So I'm actually sure my Facebook is up and running. Instagram, I thought it was up and running because, it's my safe space. Generally on Instagram, when you come at us sideways, you're like, no, but that's the wrong platform. So it's always easier to just share, and not have it clouded by whatever ulterior motives people have. Your WhatsApp also becomes very important. So that's just from basic communication platforms, where you need to ensure that they're up and running so that the people around you know what you're doing and they're able to engage and interact with you. But you can't leave it there. We must stop thinking that when we complain about issues on social media, we've spoken. The people have spoken. No. What if someone doesn't have data? What if someone doesn't have electricity where they are? What if someone doesn't have a phone? What if someone doesn't have a laptop? Right? We still do live in a society that has a massive digital divide. And if any of us think that successfully, I think COVID would have reminded us that Asafik. Many people were left behind during COVID because they didn't have access to simple digital devices that can ensure that they have access to certain information. So I hold a lot of programs in my constituency area where I'm deployed. As a member of parliament, you are deployed to a constituency area. I am deployed to the Supply Town constituency area, which is right here in Johannesburg. And that's where I really ensure that I tell my constituents of what opportunities are available to them by government, but I also go there to hear what their issues are so that we're able to bridge that gap. Because government thinks it's doing its work. Government is working, we're losing money, we make these targets. Citizens think government is not doing anything. So why are we on these too far ends of understanding? It means we're not communicating, and when we are communicating, we're not communicating to actually hear one another, right? Or we're not communicating in a way that that is, effective, right? So getting into a room and just us speaking and then you responding, I don't think it really can take us very far. But if you're able to go into even smaller groups, spend even more time together, and actually have a back and forth until we find one another, I think sometimes it helps. And that's what the outreach programs in our constituency areas allow us to do. And one of the biggest programs that I run annually is a civic education program. I don't know if there are young people from Stellenbosch that are here, young people from UCT. UCT, no, okay. UCT, all right. Young people from Soplaki University. Soplaki. Young people from Wits. Not young, well, we're young, but not students. Alright, so there's no student leadership from Wits. Okay, cool. So I've done a civic education program where basically day one of that program is to tell young people how Parliament works. How many of us know what an MMC is? MMC. And no one is wrong, no one is right, man. MMC. Okay? How many of us know what an MEC is? You're whispering, just say it. Okay, so they lead in which sphere of government? They lead in which sphere of government? Okay, where? I'm hearing it. Provincial. Someone said provincial, yeah? Provincial, all right. And then a minister? National. Okay, you all know what a minister is. Okay, cool. So MMCs are the equivalent of an NEC or a minister, but in local government. So you have local government, which is municipalities or council. You have provincial government, which is a legislature. And then you have national parliament, as in the AA. So young people don't know the difference between the three. Generally. And it's not just young people, right, Razi? It's people, society. Yeah, even stuff. And people call me a minister. I'm I'm not the executive, right? People call the minister, he's a deputy minister. And the roles and responsibilities between a deputy minister and a minister, and let alone an ordinary chairperson of a portfolio committee, are very different. Now, how do you hold people to account when you don't even know what they're supposed to be doing? When you don't know who exactly to address an issue to? When you don't know exactly who was responsible for actually doing X, Y, and Z? How do you hold them to account? So the first and foremost importance in ensuring that citizens can actively participate in their democracy is to ensure they know how their democracy works. And that is how I, as a young person, have really tried to work towards ensuring that I bridge the gap between the work I do and those that I represent.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think what we miss a lot is the fact that the institutions that we belong to are quite old. And they are old across the board. They are old in government, they are old in academia, they are old because that's what they are. They are institutionalized to be institutions. You can't step in and change the status quo. They are what they are by design, and I'll bring Prof in just on this question. Teaching the women of today, what are you conscious of as an academic, as someone who is relaying information that, quite frankly, a lot of women might feel as though does not speak to them? A lot of philosophers that we learn of are male, they are white, they wrote in a language that is one that we do not necessarily relate with. So what challenges and how have you enabled a teaching environment in this current complex modern day society that understands the complexities of Black women?
I'd like to also just say thank you to the Deputy Minister and Deputy Minister's Office for the invite to a lone sociologist in one of the universities in the country. It's just an honor to be here. Ngifuna futhi just to really absorb this moment of seeing young, energetic leaders that are from around the country. And that it is just such an honor to be with you, and you are the promised future for all of us, and to also my panel. I also greet you as well. Yes, that question is a very important question, and it is certainly, when I think of how I came into academia, one of the things that, firstly, it was actually by accident, as you can imagine. I studied at the University of Cape Town. This was back in the 90s. I was never ever taught by a Black a lecturer, never mind a Black woman lecturer. And it was in fact someone who had identified me because of, I used to love writing, one of the lecturers, and they called me aside and said, have you ever thought of pursuing a career in academia? And echoing what was said earlier around this idea of the importance of seeing ourselves in leadership positions, that visibility of being able to recognize yourself in someone who is in a position of influence, of power, is very, very important. So for me, it never really process. Anyway, cut long story short, I ended up in academia. One of the things when I was, being part of academia, one of the things that really has challenged me and motivated me to try and produce what I call counter knowledge. Right? As a lot of knowledge is that we are taught in the academy, a lot of the production of knowledge, of who's actually producing the knowledge and what type of knowledge they are producing, really challenged me to think differently. And to think differently in a way that wasn't, this was not rocket science, or it was, I come from the humanities, but it was merely about, firstly, taking into account where I came from, situating myself in my community, taking seriously the intergenerational understand to be knowledge completely, changed what I thought was knowledge. So, this importance of grounding ourselves of who we are, taking our lived experiences very seriously, is not just a talking point. It is extremely powerful. It is a way in which we begin to reframe knowledge. It is the beginning of a journey in which we begin to, in fact, produce what I call the counter narrative. Right? It is the beginning of of producing a way of thinking that actually may be the one that will help us find our way out of all the challenges that we are in, right? So it was really my reading textbook, as Chair, as you have outlined, when I was reading this textbook, and I just could not see myself in there. I couldn't see myself, I couldn't recognize myself, I couldn't recognize the women who had brought me up, who were quite strong. I'm raised by a single mother. The township where I grew up in a township called Chancellor, in KwaZulu-Natal. Almost the entire road where I come from is headed by women, is women-headed households. So when I read about these African women who were highly subservient, highly submissive, sexualized, I didn't recognize them because I knew women who were leading in Tokfela, they were leaders in their church, they were leading their communities. I grew up in the 1980s. So I lived through apartheid. These women would block entrances so that the army, they would block using their bodies. They would block entrances into the community as so to protect communities. I grew up in a community where the men had to hide because of the political situation we're in, and so women had to head those families and make sure that they function. I grew up in a community where, in terms of the moral order of society, it was really what I would call matricentric. It was really some I've gone as far as saying, of when I write in my papers where I argue that townships are matriarchal spaces. Right. So with all of this, in my group of us, there are young women, particularly young, and I talk in terms of writing, beginning to write about this knowledge, or beginning to explore this knowledge, and to build this archive, this African library as well. We are not starting the journey. The journey started long ago for us, right? And one of the things that we are very passionate about is excavating early knowledges, excavating pre-colonial history. Here's something that's just, wonderful and fascinating. A lot of African scholars are putting, for example, arguments around gender, right? We understand gender in very particular ways, and it's really about, this opposition between men and women, this hierarchy of power, where men are on top, women are at the bottom, right? We've inherited these understandings of gender, but what some of us are... Sorry. But what some of us are doing is we're going into and reframing the questions. We're re-articulating them, we're reconceptualizing them, because we are saying simply this, together with historians, together with sociologists and other people coming from different disciplines. As African scholars who want to take what we call a decolonial framework outlook, to take what we call an African-centered outlook, to take what we call, for some of us, a female-centered outlook, a women-centered outlook, and to take what others will push it as far as saying to take an African feminist outlook on these things. These arguments are coming out, which is to say that in pre-colonial society we had, patrilineal and matrilineal society, which operated, which in terms of the structure of the society, operated in parallel. What do we mean by that? We mean, yes, there was male power, there was also women's power. Women in pre-colonial society were very powerful. They held leadership positions, they could be elected to go into society is actually quite a fluid concept. And we see this in our society today. We see this in our societies today, right? Where we have this flow of fluidity, even that is reflected in our languages. Umalume, Rahadi. Rahadi can be, Ra is male, right? Malume, mother, a male who could have these characteristics of being motherly, of being advisory. So we had this flexibility, and we were not afraid of women's power, and these operated simultaneously. And so what colonialism does, it comes and it actually destroys these gender understandings in our society, and we start to actually inherit and start to perform. We start to perform gender in ways that if we look at kind of who we were, we trace our intellectual geologies using ourselves as Africans, we actually find a very different story to tell. So number one, and a very important thing is you know, this whole question of going back, right? Of going back and understanding who we were, and understanding you as you sit here as women leaders. This was quite natural. And when I was disturbed by the phone, what I wanted to refer you is the work of Edie Amadilume, who wrote a book called Male Daughters, Female Husbands. Female husbands. This was in some African societies where you had even a situation where women would marry other women, and this was based on, you know, where they had achieved a certain economic level, an economic power level. They could marry other women, actually choose men who would then make children, and those children would belong to these women. These women were referred to as male husbands. And so we've had these organizations of society, so we bring that back principally to show that we come from a heritage of powerful women. We see this in our own history, you know, Brain Queen. We see this, a lot of you are watching Shaka Zulu at the moment, and you're seeing the power of women, right? And so we need to stand on that. We need to reshift the standing ground on which we stand on, which says to us, particularly as Black women, that we have been, you know, through the narrative of colonialism, we've been highly sexualized. Think Sachi Batman, right? Highly sexualized. We've, been seen as objects. We've been seen as people that who shouldn't, as many of you have heard around the room, you know, we've been socialized, women are in the home, women. No, not if you understand African women and African women's history. We've always worked, whether it was in the fields or it was, you know, elsewhere. So one of the things that, to stress around that is this issue of pre-colonial history, and really understanding and bringing it back and reinterpreting and reconceptualizing gender and gender. The second issue I want to also bring in is the importance of women introducing knowledge. As I said, you know, we do have women who are based in the different universities, and principally what we find that the importance of having particularly young women and particularly young Black women who are part of the academy is they're actually changing the production of knowledge itself and what constitutes knowledge itself. So they are bringing in, for example, within history, people are bringing in early women intellectuals. Many of them I've never heard about myself, who were actually very active in the 1920s. These were African women who traveled overseas, who, you know, they're bringing those stories into our discussions and making them part of our mainstream understandings of what is knowledge.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think as you're speaking, the notes that I'm taking down, I hope Danya Bala. Are you noting? Okay, I see a lot of phones out. Maybe you're gonna go back. Visual capturing is also quite important. I think the one thing that has been resonating with me is who's in your bloodline, right? As Black women, we have a bloodline of excellence. There's a short clip that I see frequenting social media on Women's Day, and it's by Umam Nomzamo Mandela, and she says, right? To say the men were out there fighting, doing whatever that they felt was correct at the time, most of which were also arrested, leaving the woman behind with the children and society to build. And when those that were exiled returned back and those that had been arrested were then released, the moral fiber of society was resting on the women that were left behind, right? But I think that as women of today, we sometimes tend to feel that the women of yesteryears or the women of yesterday do not understand us, right? Sometimes and I think I always look at conversations between my mother and I and other mother-daughter conversations or other conversations that I then have with older women. And Leokhile, I want to bring you in on this point that we have a long-standing history, right, of how it is that the lives of Black women have been lived, and some adopt that history and some completely neglect that history, right? But the reality is that we are all women, we are Black, we belong to institutions of higher learning, and others don't belong to institutions of higher learning. But at the center of a lot of our challenges, our identity is it, right? So how do you, as a young woman of today, right, what does this space mean to you today? I think we've heard reflections from women who have been leaders in the space and who are currently still changing the space for the better. We've heard reflections from our side in terms of how it is that we ought to dominate knowledge production, right? There's an African tale that says, until the lion tells his story, the story will forever favor the hunter, right? So up until such a time that we are narrating our own story, we are crafting our own story, we will always be seen as subservient. What are your challenges as a young Black woman who is within the institutions of higher learning today?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start off by appreciating the invitation from our Deputy Minister and by greeting everyone in the house. First of all, the changes are actually overwhelming. The reason why I'm saying that is because we live in, let me say, a community or maybe a space where we are told that we are equal. But at the end, it's what you just said. We're just told that to make us feel like we are equal, but at some point you're not actually treated equal. And even with the saying that we are equal, men are equal to female, the problem is that they're still looking at us with an eye to say, she is going to fail. This is not going to happen, or who does she think she is? And again, I think the other challenge that we are actually facing is actually ourselves as women. The problem is that instead of building each other or believing each other that I can, she can, we are full of jealousy, like, why her? What's so special about her? Or anything that's actually negative. So the main challenge that we're actually facing is that one that we actually want to do more, we are expected to do more, but yet we are not 100% expected to do more, because there is still that one side of a person that's looking for you to fail, that's looking for you to trip and fall, instead of saying, I'm supporting her 100%, I'm supporting whatever she's saying, I'm supporting our group. And I feel like for us to grow, for us to be the strong women that we want to be, and for us to find ourselves that in positions that are higher without feeling intimidated or feeling anyhow, it's by having programs more often, maybe dialogues with women to women on how to empower ourselves, on how to build ourselves, on how to move forward with what is actually the society or the community is expecting of us, is that we have these programs more often, so that when there is a time when you are expected to be, for example, in competition, or maybe where there is a voting station, to say, I'm a female, he's a male, and instead of people just voting for a male because they know that they are dominant and they think that male are more empowered than female, at least we have had our own conferences, our own dialogues where we equip each other, where we have more content, and where we have more understanding of what it is and how does it feel to be a woman in empowerment, and how does it feel to be?
I think you raise a very valid point. A lot of the Women's Day engagements that I've been to this month, I've always said, I actually like tea parties now. It's like a feel-good session. Because thanks dear for the tea party. Oh no! Different government events, so there is just tea. I think we often think we can do it on our own, right? And Lebohile, you mentioned your opening statement. You said the changes are overwhelming, right? And for me, I think that really stood out, because I'll take myself as an example. Mina, ekhaya sincere. So you leave wherever home is, you go into a completely different environment. You go into an environment where you potentially are the first to occupy an institution of higher learning. You've got no reference point at home to what you have a reference point to what a successful black woman looks like at home, because you have a successful mother who has raised you well, you have an aunt who has taken good care of you, but you do not have a reference point of a successful black woman dominating in a different environment, and that would potentially be a boardroom, be within the vocational work sector, be within, so your reference point of success is quite limited, right? So that's why such spaces are quite important, right? I was about to say, right? So I wanted to bring you in. You are a young woman who forms a part of the first cohort of the youngest members of parliament that this country has seen.
Okay, let's fix that narrative first. And that's the problem with history being told, not being told, or being selectively told, or, like, the first administration had a lot of young people, also here. Yeah, Mom Togo Tidiza, the minister, Togo Tidiza, I think she was the minister of the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, she was like 20-something. Agriculture, very 19, agriculture right now still looks very a particular way, right? It's still a lily white Afrikaans boys choir. So imagine Bamtogo in 19 trying to lead this sector as a 20-something-year-old young woman. The first parliament, or democratic parliament of South Africa, was represented by young people. At 25 as a member run with in offices of the executive, right? So also all good and well, guys, for us to say we want young women to lead, we must also be deliberate to say where do we want young women to lead. Don't feel okay with being given some position that has no influence. Go for presidency, go for the SG, go for TG, but I also want to caution us, stop giving the transformation office to someone that you think you're trying to deal with. Because if you're giving the transformation office to someone you're dealing with, or to someone who's not progressive in their thinking, is not intentional, and is not capable, then you will forever not have a constitution of the SRC that is progressive. Yes. You will forever not have someone who's able to champion your issues in the gender committee of the university or of the college. Because you need someone who understands that what do young women on this campus need? How do I ensure that with the budget I am given, I am impactful and effective in the work that I'm doing so that young women feel safe on campus, so that the issues of cases, gender-based violence cases, sexual harassment cases, don't get pushed under the carpet, but are actually addressed. And we must stop thinking that the work that we ought to do ends with a protest. What I wish someone had told me when I was the SRC president at Bridge University in 2015-2016 was the importance of mobilizing senior executive management and having forces who sit in senates, having forces who sit in the institutional forum, having forces who sit in council, because the work I'm doing now, really, to be honest, is just a high-level, version of what the work I was doing as a president of the SRC. It's you that are responsible for holding people to account as SRC, but you're also governing. So don't only hold people to account, but not do the work you're supposed to be doing with the budget that you have as the SRC. Because that budget that you receive does come from the same money that we are voting for in Parliament. So you are equally accountable to the people of South Africa, particularly TVET colleges, because most of the funding in TVET colleges does come from the states, right? But the issue of representation for me, Razi, it needs intentionality. And probably will help me with this to package it nicely, because sometimes it must be helps, like when I walk the journey and hear about it. So it's all good and well for us to do this, like the talking and the tea party. Then we must be able to package our program. Our program has soft issues that need a space where we can literally be sitting with tissues and just painting. But our program also needs Mandela to go to Parliament and say to DM, but your targets on gender representation for 2023 said you go to make sure that there are 25 principals in the TVET colleges that are women, and you've only achieved 50. Why? It needs to question why a target set by the department is not 50%, but is like 5%, and then you're like, 5%, but are we not dealing with gender proportional representation? Like, so it should be 50. And then they say, no, the reason why we have to say that this is because the people who have the skill are only so many, therefore we're never going to meet the target, and then, oh my God, it's a long story, right? But Mandela needs to be able to sit there and think through it. She needs to be able to go to profit whoever in students of higher learning who are doing research on gender, to help her with the stats, to go to the statistician general, I mean the only amount of people that we have, women that we have who have these qualifications, therefore the translation to why the Department of Science and Innovation is only targeting this amount is because of this. That's research, that's cross-reference, that's intentionality. That's not saying, we want women to be leadership, Amanda. No, it's intentionality, right? So we need to also make sure that we do that work when we collaborate with the CGE, the Commission on Gender Equality, and say to them, guys, because you're responsible for this in the country, guide us, don't worry, we don't think the representation looks the way it ought to look. I want to task yourselves as SRCs. We have a problem in the sector. Gender-based violence and sexual harassment is a huge challenge in our institutions of higher learning. I don't think that our sector looks as gender inclusive, gender sensitive as it should be. So I'd like to task all of us, and this is something I've been wanting to do, DM, and we would appreciate your support going forward with this initiative. For us to go and review, we've already tasked management and the departments to do it themselves, right? So they know they need to be ensuring that we have gender policies in all our TVET colleges and in all our universities. And when we do have the policies, they need to be reviewed. Because the character of GBV and sexual harassment has changed. It's advanced now. So the policies also need to move with that. Right? So we've tasked them to do that. We've tasked them to look at how gendered the infrastructure of our institutions are. Chancellor Geraldine earlier on spoke about how a toilet in Parliament was once upon a time very far from the venue. Guys, when the university or the college is about to build a student accommodation, you need to be there as an SRC, not to ask about tenders and weird things like that, which often is not young women who are asking those weird questions. It's the men, it's your counterparts, your male counterparts in the SRC who are now embroiled in politics of tendering on campuses, as if that's our business as young people on that campus. You must concern yourself on whether the building, the construction of this res is going to accommodate me as a young woman who goes on her periods every month. When you oversleep, ladies, and you miscalculate the amount of time that you could last with that support, and then your toilet is on the other side of the hall or of the floor, I'll show you who's over the train, but if the toilet was in your room, if the toilet was just around the corner, you are less likely to have a very discomforting experience. That needs intentionality. Even toilet on our floor of young women. How many showers, how many toilets? We can't have the same amount of toilets as the boys. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. We know this from clubbing. Most of you who club, I club in our president of the SRC. I club in our chapter on campus. Those of us who go clubbing, how many times do we take over the boys' toilets? Because we're like, we actually can't go. So it's not happening, it's not working. Those of you who are, I hope you do it. Those of you who don't do it at the clubs. Because their bathrooms, their restrooms will be empty while ours is full. That is called looking at infrastructure from a gendered perspective. That needs intentionality. So whilst we have conversations that need to feed our souls, because we do need that, particularly when you're in leadership, you do need to create a space of comfort with other young women where you can just literally cry. You do. But after that, we need to have a mandate that is very clear, because dear men are not going to just relinquish their comforts, or what do you call it? There's another term for it. They're not going to just give over their power. They're not going to, they can still be here, they can organize events like this for us, so we support you ladies, but they're not going to give it up, right? So we need to, as women who are in leadership, a non-Anglo who sits in parliament cannot be apologetic about asking where the women are every time the department and its entities and institutions of higher learning come in account. They can say, oh, there they go again. I got the right move again. No, Jane is a member of parliament. She's also Honorable Mandela. There they go again, asking that question on gender. Yes, there we go again. And we will go there again and again and again until these institutions look and feel the way that we want them to feel.
I just wanted to come in on this question of numbers and representation. So my interest as yes, it's very important. I think it's very important to have the numbers conversation. Deputy Minister, we are so very exhausted. exhausted already after each of the transformation reports. Each of the transformation reports, the narrative remains the same for us, especially as Black women, which is to say that after all this time, transformation of in the higher education sector is moving extremely slowly when it comes to Black women. That is both at executive levels as well as at the teaching academic side. It is not moving. I can tell you, I sit in a department of around 20 people. We are 2 Black African South African women in 2023. And yes. So I want to go to that question of representation of numbers and say, absolutely, the numbers game, we've got to be on our, we've got to have our eyes on the ball on that one. We need to be making sure that the strides we are making, because there are some strides that we are making indeed, small as they are, particularly at the executive levels, you do see some kind of transformation. It's just not trickling down to the departments, and I'm speaking here specifically for historically white institutions, right? What I'm really interested in, for me, what really interests me as a researcher, and I do some work in terms of higher education transformation, are the invisible factors. Right? So that's why I'm very interested in the hidden curriculum and kind of, you know, the whole question of the knowledge that is being taught in our classrooms. Where is it coming from? What sort of historical sort of framework is it framed within, etc. So very interested in this notion of knowledge production. Whose knowledge are we consuming? Because when we are consuming, and this consumption is very, as Stevie has told us very eloquently, it's, you know, does do, and Fanon as well, it does something to our minds. And so the question is, are we teaching knowledge that is going to be, that is actually productive and is part and parcel as well as contributing to our transformation in liberatory politics. The other very interesting part is the question of institutional cultures, because as my fellow panelists is talking about the issues of the numbers. We can produce the numbers, but we'll be going back to these racist, sexist, very masculinist institutional cultures, which what do? They do in silent and very private ways, make women unsure of themselves, make women lose confidence in themselves, make women feel alienated in those spaces, and so what we have is a lot of turnover, is a lot of these women, even at the executive levels, who exit the system. Because of why these silent institutional cultures that we are not confronting as well, and trying to really understand what constitutes them, how do they work, where are the invisible networks, where are the invisible voice networks that support the men when what's going down. We see what's going down in higher education at the moment, particularly amongst Black women VCs. We've seen what many of us are calling an attack on the gender transformation agenda, right? And we say, where have the men been? Where are the progressive men, Black men, who are speaking out against this? What we know as women is that when this is happening to a woman, the sort of informal friendships and power structures, because numbers are important here, that's why we come back to the numbers. Because of the fact that many of the men still, many of those on leadership in terms of numbers are still men, you will find that the cultures themselves, or this institutionalized power that still dominates. It's another invisible force. So yes, we may, the numbers are going, are increasing, but as young leaders, you need to be aware of these invisible forces as well. Yes, fight for the representation, it is important, and be on that all the time. I'm certainly, in terms of my own department, where I'm faced of trying to see of what can we do given the constraints that we operate within in our various contexts in these universities. But also what I want you to be, and this is this is a marathon one. This is a marathon, the long-term fight is the invisible forces. It is the knowledge, it is the culture of the institution, it is the types of power. It is even the way that we define resistance. I want to also encourage you today to redefine what you mean by resistance. See as a radical form of resistance when you as women collaborate. See it as a resistance, as a form of political power and resistance when you nurture each other. See it as a political empowerment, as a form of power. In fact, when you do the soft issues, when you do come together, you do allow yourself to be emotional as well. Let's reinterpret what resistance means, because for too long I think we take definitions of resistance that are also not, that don't empower us to do the work that we need to do as well. You asked me the question of teaching, and a few of us as academics actually go around the country, we're busy writing a paper where we're looking at the whole notion of mothering the mind, right? As a pedagogy and as a way in which we build a new way of teaching and forming, using teaching as a tool for freedom, for particularly young Black students. Where in your classroom, you create a situation of critical thinking. You create a situation where you expose young people to alternative ideas. You create a context in the classroom where people have an idea of this line that I was talking about, of these African scholars, of these decolonial scholars, of these nationalist scholars, of all these scholars who have been framing freedom from the longest of time. And these people are not in our curriculum. They're both African, they're both men and women, right? And so, and creating even in my very office, I'm very conscious that when someone walks into my office, I'm not going to take the trope, because the trope of motherhood as well, within an African context, so a mother has power in an African context, right? And we don't teach a mother as someone who's subservient, as someone who takes on the role of subservience, etc., and all of these other social roles that we've been told to associate with motherhood. In the struggle, mothers were what we call political mothers, right? Motherhood was politicized because of who we are, and motherhood has power. And so we take that as African scholars and academics, we say we want to take those aspects of motherhood and bring them to the classroom and bring them into our offices as well, in order to create a space of nurturing and a space of empowerment for the African child. So we're bringing in back again, the question is, what is your intellectual legacy, and what intellectual legacy are you drawing from? And so finally, this question of that we're encountering, we're at the crossroads of this attack of gender equality, gender equity, gender transformation. You need to be extremely vigilant of those invisible factors. You need to be vigilant that as you are, and this question, you brought up the question of visibility and invisibility. There's an author that I love, her name is, she writes on higher education transformation from a Black feminist, a kind of decolonial perspective. And she says what happens with Black women is we're made so visible and visible until we become invisible. This very strange thing about visibility and hyper-visibility and invisibility. They were made to count by our numbers. They want to be seen, we must be seen in the newspapers, the front newspapers, but at the same time, that repeated visibility actually functions to make us at the end invisible and lose our power. So we need to be very aware of these structures of powers that are in place when it comes to being a Black woman in leadership. So I want to implore you to look at both, that yes, the visible, the numbers, we need the pointers, but be We need to work from the gut. Book knowledge is not enough for us. We need to sometimes, when your gut says, hey, you need to respect that as a form of knowledge. We need to also ground ourselves in these intellectual legacies of knowledge that I keep going to of our mothers, our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers, because there is power in standing. The fact that you are here is not by accident. It's not by accident. There is power in who we are, where we come from, and there are people who know that when we begin to actually reinterpret this narrative of who we are as Black women, particularly in roles of leadership, when we are hyper scrutinized, and people want to return this narrative of sexualizing us or making us irrelevant. We need to please take note of all the visible as well as those extremely powerful invisible factors, because it is those that reproduce spaces in which we feel constrained, we feel unfree, and we feel, as if we always need to fight. And they generate fear for us, what Puna would call generating fear factories. We don't want to, we can't afford to have young women who are fearful to take up leadership positions. All right.
Thank you, Paul. We can't afford to have young women who are fearful of taking up leadership positions. I'm now going to request that I open the floor for engagements from yourselves as the young women leaders. Today genuinely is about you. When we were facing time constraints, I went to the program organizers and I said, look, can I cut this section short? And they said, no, you might as well not have a panel. But we need to get the reflections of the young women in the room, because that is what informs decision making, that is what informs knowledge production, that is what informs how it is that we lead ourselves and how we lead each other and how we lead the institutions that we belong to, right? So I'll take on the first round of questions and comments and reflections from this conversation. There's one lady there, 1, 2, 3. Okay, can I focus on this side first, and then I'll open the second round to the side. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Haukhelo Masweni. I am a journalist with the Sunday Times. I don't know if you all read Prof. Jansen, Jonathan Jansen. He last week wrote a column saying that students shouldn't go to university looking for a sense of belonging, but that for that you should go to a mosque, a church, or self-help therapy. Well, I tried to deal with him in a rebuttal opinion, so that's it. But what I wanted to ask is basically the question that I also asked in my rebuttal. I just wanted to ask, who do you think this kind of view is antagonizing? Who actually needs to feel safe and have a sense of belonging in campus? Do we feel that, like, what does a sense of belonging constitute? Because to me, it's not me wanting to get into campus and nap and feel comfortable. But it could be that the things that I'm taught should resonate with me. The commerce of navigating campus shouldn't be a shock to my constitution. I shouldn't be walking into a space where I constantly have to fight, which is actually what we have to do. So I just need help unpacking that, because it actually traumatized me that a person in the upper echelons of education would share such a scary and damaging view, but then it makes you realize that actually we are at a place where radicalization and decolonization of the mind and how we hasn't actually, it's not Yeah. And even amongst women, you might find women who feel like you need to walk in, I'm going to stress now, walk in, fuck shit up, walk out. Don't come here trying to change the status quo. So where do you intellectually find yourself in that conversation that he has sparked? So please, for my sake. Thank you.
Number 2.
Thank you very much. Reintroduce myself again. My name is Multichoice. I am the current sitting president of Multichoice College and also the acting provincial secretary and secretary. Mine is just an input to the panel discussion. And what I would say is that empowering those around you to be heard and valued actually makes the difference between a leader that simply instructs and a leader that inspires. That's why I would say let's inspire each other as women, because really I wish we could build a community where women of all races can communicate and continue to support and take care of each other. And I really wish we could give women the space to feel their own strength and know it also, and also be able to tell their stories. For me, that is a powerful woman. And what we would talk about is that back then, women were not always allowed to work jobs like maybe being a business owner or maybe a carpenter or whatnot. But really now, in our teacher sector, everybody is allowed to study whatever that they want. And that's why I'm saying when we inspire each other and support each other as women, we can achieve anything and everything that we want. And to avoid the challenges that we are always facing, and we should always stand on our ground and believe in ourselves as women in the leadership today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Mandela. I am the current Secretary General of Sci-bono Health Sciences University, and I am the Provincial Treasurer of Sci-bono. One question I'd like to ask to the panel is, how do we guard against the sexualization of student female leaders currently at this point? Now, yes, you would have mentioned that your offices are generally looking at bringing about female executive members within your executive management and stuff like that, but I come from a university where it's mainly male executive members now, and it's difficult for myself as a female secretary general to go to an office without having that sexualization. Say, no, for you to come and speak or do something, for you to get your point across, you must bring a president that is a male so that they can listen. Because my male counterpart, my male predecessor, last year, who was the Secretary General, was able to shape the office when he gets in. But myself, when I come in, is that, that hope to say that, unless you are coming. So how do we, as student leaders now, how do we address that or guard against the sexualization of female leaders now in the current state?
Good afternoon. My name is Mvula Tafakara. I'm the current SRC Transformation and Diversity Officer with Current Affairs and the incoming Deputy Chairperson for the 2022-2024 University. I want to quote this correctly. This is a post that someone that I know who's in a corporate space posted. She said, being a black young professional in the workplace. Let's speak about this corporate culture that has normalized the toxicity, marginalization, and bullying of women who dare to speak up or exercise their right to belong. And I think from this stems from the entire conversation we had from this morning. where we spoke about feminine energy and whether or not it's important for us to remove it to cement ourselves as young leaders. And I think that I'd just like to hear perhaps from the panel how they can speak about how they've managed to keep their feminine energy. Because in a space of leadership, particularly in my institution, that was predominantly and still is dominantly white, or perhaps less people of color in positions of leadership on one particular campus, it's very difficult to hold space with feminine energy and to receive that respect. You sort of need to change the fact that you're a woman in order to hold ground. The tone in which I speak needs to sort of have character. The way in which I position myself, the way in which I'm seated in a room, it sort of needs to be dominating in order to receive the necessary attention. And then the second part of my question would be, how do we conscientize society in this regard? Because it's far beyond just being an SRC member who represents students on the ground and in a boardroom. It's about how do I conscientize society to realize that I could say something powerful in a soft, subtle way, and it matters. And then last but not least, particularly to the lady in the center, well, you ma'am, you spoke really well about intentionality and how we need to be intentional in terms of what we do as our members of society. That message is quite clear. I think what's very difficult for SRC members is that, I'll say our council, we only send 2 people. Which means if it's 2 female SRC members who are part of your EXCO, who are sent to council, you are by default on the lower side of the voice. How can the Department of Education, Higher Education, perhaps assist young members of society, particularly women who are placed in this position, for their voices and for their statements to be heard? Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Yesho. I am the Projects Marketing and Development SLC Officer at the University of Johannesburg. What I wanted to say is the importance of women leadership collectively is that we need a critical mass to champion our issues. But we can also get into the danger of an elite-driven agenda, far removed from ordinary women. So how do we navigate through that? How do we strike balance and get it right?
Thank you. Before I take my right, your left, I'll open. The lady from the University of Johannesburg, please kindly, they're requesting that you please repeat the last few towards the end.
Okay, so my question was, the importance of women leadership collectively is that we need a critical mass to champion our issues. But we can also get into the danger of an elite-driven agenda far removed from ordinary women. So how do we strike the balance and try to get it right? How do we navigate through that? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now request for my panel to respond before then taking the next set of questions and comments.
And so maybe I'll just take some and take others and respond to all of them. Thank you for the very engaging questions. Really complex questions, and I want to stress that there are no sort of final answers to them. We're here to dialogue. It's about intergenerational dialogue, and some of you may agree with some things that I say, some things you may not agree with, and that's perfectly fine as well. The question that was started was on this whole question of Prof. Janssen's issue of universities should not be spaces of belonging, can you get that from other spaces, which I find remarkable, particularly coming from him. called On Being a Black Scholar. It was published in Black Studies, one of the Black Studies journals in the US, right? So yeah, this interesting idea, and of course it's written, I'm currently supervising a student who's actually using his work on decoloniality, so interesting around how we decolonize and inclusiveness and all of this. So this disjuncture of sort of the intellectual and actually, you know, and living out these ideas in everyday life is something that I think is a huge issue right now in our society. And we see it in politics. We're now seeing it very viscerally in academia, seeing it firsthand in academia. I'm not sure it was, but I think they were absolutely right when someone said that universities should also have a TRC. Universities should have also had some kind of a TRC, an atonement, a kind of a reckoning with the past. Because universities, I think some of us do forget this. We think of them as spaces of higher education, as these mutual spaces of learning. But our universities, where they come from, and as leaders who are out there, you need to be extremely also take the time to read the histories of the universities that you are based in. If it's not places like Pumalanga, which are still new and for the making and creating, take time to have a look. This is extremely important to understand the historical formation of where they come, because colonialism, the effects of colonialism, what scholars will call decoloniality, that we still live with a lot of the ways in which things operated, the way in which power was understood, the way in which power is understood, the way in which race, gender, as well as class operate in this institution is still with us. 200 years of history, guys, is not going to go away in 10, 20, 30 years. So you need to understand of what you are inheriting as well. And so one of the things that why I want to go to that background is that background also sets the scene to say that these institutions were there for a belonging of a particular kind of people, right? A particular set of people. And so when transformation happens, we are not paying enough attention. I am still, really adamant about this in terms of the cultures. The argument usually goes like this: when you have more black people as they occupy the institutions, the culture then will naturally change. I don't think it's going to be a natural, it has to be a political, intentional, I like the word, it has to be political, it has to be intentional as well. A core issue in which the issue of inclusiveness, every university in terms of the transformation, charters, you name it, any kind of even the vision statements, the mission statement, questions of inclusivity are key and are absolutely important. So this sort of paradox of what Prof was saying is quite alarming. We have students, we have students in the universities who tell us, when I come to University X, I leave myself at the gate. You can't have that in a democratic South Africa. I think the Chancellor would have heard me if she was here. We can't have that in a democratic country where we say everybody's humanity counts. Right? So these are, there's no in terms of, how for me they are it's quite a dehumanizing statement to me, but also it's anti for me, constitutional, what we hold as a country, what is important, and the ideas of creating those cultures of inclusivity. The fact of the matter is that these higher education institutions are very slow to change, right? And so many people do feel alienated and sort of excluded from the learning process. Let me, just that we need to take into account that we have not even begun, we haven't even begun to get to the sort of deeper issues of transformation and inclusivity. and to now be actually kicking out and trivializing those issues when we haven't even begun.
I think, there's a very big conversation that takes place around political liberation, economic liberation. I think a new angle to it could be academic liberation, right? So I'll hand on to
Which is the part of the work that I do. I think, thank you so much to everyone who made a comment, posed a question. I think the president of Mateo, I look forward to being with you guys on Thursday. I think it's a Thursday or Thursday, I think I'm coming to Mateo. So I'll see you there, President. But you've pulled our caps. I really want to add to what you said, there. But I want to piggyback from what Prof. Mutema was saying. She says townships were matriarchal spaces. Right? That's her experience of townships. And some of the greatest businesswomen of townships are also being queen. And you guide me, when you say as a professor, you always say guide me, because the moment you veer off, you already say guide me, so you already protected yourself. But some of the greatest businesswomen of all times were Shabby Queen. So the idea that this women weren't allowed, I think we trivialized the spaces that women were running businesses in. We made them seem like or Itak shop. You know how people say, don't run this company, or don't run this organization, or don't run this government like a spaza shop. Come on, how many people went to school as a spaza shop? Lo auntie or lo malume who had a spaza shop, how many kids on that street did they take to school? Did they close? Now they don't mind, that's a spaza shop. So in fact, I think we must learn something from those who run spaza shops, which include our mothers. The Shabin Queen was the businesswoman. How often was the Shabin full? Yeah, but I'm going to shipping aims. You know what I'm saying? People leave arrive at some time, they leave late. The whole idea of what we now term play buyer, owing a shop, Woolworths, Truett, Edgar's, whatever, the credit system. Also, Queen were doing that effectively and efficiently from way back. So it's the lady who are selling a Masco bus, right? That's a small business. So we've been made to think that the spaces of business that we were in was a smaller thing, right? So President, as you and your institutions of higher learning and your colleges, as you build these entrepreneurship or incubation hubs, right? Because that's what you guys are focusing on. We must always, when we inspire young people in our colleges to go and start their businesses, particularly young women, let's remind them that black women, have always been in business. What Prof. Jansen said is very traumatizing. In fact, I want to see the exact quote, because it goes, like Prof was saying, it's literally going against what we're trying to achieve. I mean, our language around institutions of higher learning, they must stop being ivory towers in our communities, that they are shaped and formed by our communities to serve our communities. My understanding of why we must study is so that we can fix things in the communities, right? So, I mean, we have a problem of water. Those in universities must tell us we're balancing my pH, my bio twice. That you must build the purification infrastructure or whatever, right? So everything we're learning, be it a skills, be it knowledge, is to fix something that will affect all of us, right? So we need to, our institutes of higher learning are shaped by our communities to serve our communities. And that is why I have a fundamental problem with institutional autonomy in the way in which it has been understood. by those who are at the helm of its leadership currently. I mean, when I looked at the portfolio committee, we have looked into institutional autonomy, we have looked at the Higher Education Act and the relationship between the institutional autonomy, cooperative governance, and academic freedom. And how the Act currently looks, there shouldn't be a problem. If we really want to be genuine people who want to serve our country, who want to use our institutions for what the NDP says, for what the Constitution says, then we shouldn't have a problem according to the Acts. But everyone wants to interpret the Acts to fit their intentions. And that's why we have this particular problem. So I also view institutions of higher learning as social institutions that should be contributing to the social construction of our communities, right? So if you're saying that we mustn't belong, then you're saying Prof, with her thoughts and her ideas that serve a particular community in our society, I don't know what she's trying to, who she's trying to serve. You know, you're saying that you're going to get everything we're trying to achieve, because Mutina's for no Prof, Abe DVC, so that when the rest of us come into those spaces, we have leaders of those institutions that look and feel like us, that understand what we want to prioritize as a research topic, because our research topics must be based on the issues that affect our communities, because we want to solve those particular issues. And a prof who knows where you come from will approve that topic, will say, actually, that's brilliant. It's going to impact so many other people from where we come from, right? And they will help you to look at it. Sometimes I'm told not to funding from Guma University way. Or doesn't serve those that they believe research should be serving. So and I'm just going to leave it at that. But it's also important for last one, our councils, and this one will address the SMU. And I didn't get the other institution. The ladies wear a grayish top.
Oh, Northwest.
Northwest. Okay, I figured, but I wasn't certain. We rely on our councils to help us to have management that should understand the importance of the voice of an SRC. Right? Because I'm a bit far. I mean, by the time you come to me, we're fighting. Right. By the time you send someone you tell people that Parliament intervened, it means so truly. Right? So we can't, and that's the last sort of leg of the accountability ecosystem. By the time you get to Parliament, so I can't say, come to me, guys. No, we should actually fix the entire accountability ecosystem so that your voice is understood by council. But council needs to be representational in itself, needs to be inclusive in itself. So DM, that's where you and the minister come handy in terms of some of the council members who we can influence. There's no reason why ministerial appointees of councils of TVET colleges or universities should not have 50-50 representation. There's no reason why council chairs of TVET colleges should not be 50-50, because those people are appointed by the minister. So from there, it should have a ripple effect to how you then experience engagements with your council. If your council is an understanding council, if your council is black, if your council is woman, if your council is young, then perhaps you will be better understood. But I also want to, and I suck at this, right? Lobbying. I'm horrible at lobbying. And that's why I'm so glad. And I think Alabo said this earlier on. She said you need to piggyback on other people's strengths, right? So look within yourself to say, okay, who can go lobby council members who are part of this cohort, part of that cohort, part of that cohort? Because you only have 2 seats. Right, or one in some institutions, or one voting seat, because you're equals. Don't look at yourselves as SRCs as a less of an important stakeholder in the institution. You are in fact representing the most important stakeholder. And I'm telling you, even in that lobby, there will be bartering. And there will be things that Senate needs you to support, academics will need you to support them on. And you only agree to support because you cannot be intimidated for those particular reasons. So that's just mine. And to say femininity, he soft nothing, marshmallow. And they share, I'm not those of share, I'm not going to be apologetic about it. If I want to cry because it's so sugar, I might not cry in the meeting because that could be awkward, but I probably will walk out and go tear myself up. And there's nothing wrong with how emotional we like. Leadership spaces have been so masculine that the only emotion that has been understood is a male sort of displayed emotion. But it also is emotion. Our emotions have not been in the boardrooms. Our emotions have not been in the front of whatever. So our emotions are like weird. It's like, oh, it's emotional. No, you're also emotional, but just differently. But we're both emotional. Thank you.
There was a lady, I remember, who she mentioned that sometimes you go into an office and then it seems like you're not recognized. One thing I can tell you in my journey of independence is that nothing scares a man like a independent woman. A woman who acts like she doesn't care. They shake inside. So one thing we should continue is that we should have a resistance inner development, because it's remarkable on its own magnitude. And again, one thing that if we feel that our generation is failing when it comes to women being empowered, we can start with the upcoming generation. Because in our generation, we still have those people who are brought up to told that men are dominant. But then we should start again with our little sisters and brothers on how to share equity, on how to work together so that we don't find ourselves still being stuck in the same situation every 50 years to come.
Like I indicated that I myself have also led today. So I was clearly led by the chairperson of the portfolio committee when I tried to interrupt several times and she said, I'm finishing. But now I'm led by the organizers of the engagement, and ladies, due to time constraints, we're going to need to close it off at that. And I think okay, our panelists are saying it's not by our own doing. Remember, we also have rated this lady, right? So our panelists are saying that they are availing themselves for conversation during lunchtime. So the conversation does not end here. Okay, they're saying, okay, you know what, there's a song that says, eating out, this is about you. So I will allow for three hands. No. This. Oh, okay. 1, 2, because I see I might not make it home if I don't acknowledge number 2. In that group, pick one
to release the deputy minister. So how's that?
Okay, 1.
Yes.
Okay, so yes. So ladies, you are actually the fortunate collective. Your responses will come from the DM as he does his vote of thanks. So you don't get a response from Emir Chair, from the chair of Zambeta. You get a response from the deputy minister himself, the one who has invited us here. So yeah, in that order, 1, 2, 3 with the white blazer.
Thank you.
You are number 2, Angel Shy. But it's okay, continue.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mtembu Kanisa from Tshwane North Senior College, and my college produced the TM.
One message I wanted to deliver today is that it is very important for us as women to be united on our own before we can face the harsh world outside. And talking of diversity and inclusiveness, this question maybe will go to the DM. That do you think the industry and the university as well as the TVET sector is accommodating women living with disability enough? Because for one thing that I realized today is that there's no sign language interpreter, meaning that students or other women are not being accommodated today. And the last session that we had in Cape Town, we had a student who was on the panel and during the discussions there, and we learned a lot from the student. It's not every day that those kinds of students, and let me say women, just for the sake of this, those kind of women get enough opportunity to get there and get their voices heard. So I was pleading with the department that can you please take students living with, rather women living with disability into consideration and create an environment that will cater for their needs. Thank you.
Number one is here.
From the previous session, it was
sorry. Number one. Good evening, at the House Large. I am the reporter from Inside Education and also the DET student in SRC member. My question is, I'm so glad we have student leaders in the House. We've talked about empowering and equipping young women. Now, how do we empower these young leaders, especially females, to go back into their institutions and deal with the current problems we're facing at the universities? Naming one, the Izaka issue. Which channels do the students follow in addressing those matters? Because now that's the crisis that every institution is facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, even though I was being cut off. Also, I think I speak on behalf of every leadership in here to say it would be beautiful if we were also appearing on the screen, right, leadership? Mine is to the department. I don't know, it's an input, it's an advice, you can take it however. Ms. Maboja mentioned earlier that representation matters. So with that being said, as we sit here and you sit there, I believe it's of paramount importance that you be our representatives. And by that I mean make follow-ups after such dialogues, that as you have had us in your vicinity, having such particular topic of leadership, talk to us, seek to know how we are doing after today, and what is it that we lack to actually penetrate into different sectors, to becoming impactful leaders, as you have mentioned, that you root for us to become after having such dialogues. I take this as part of teaching and learning, as you are there teaching us and we are here learning. It's very important and we appreciate that a lot. The initiative should be an ongoing thing, meaning nurturing us as leadership today ensures that the ones coming after us will have a point of inquiry in us, some sort of skills and information transfer. So may we not have this just here, and then next day you're having another set of leadership sitting here, but as you have left us after this one-time experience, we are left out there as if we are discarded to fend for ourselves and to thrive for our own selves. So let this be an ongoing thing. Let us continue to learn from you. Let the department take us under their wings to say we are going to take the very same leadership that we took to ensure that we have learned, to come and say we've had policy reviews, but we have never had anyone come back to us and say, after we have said and asked for your inputs, this is what the department have done. This is what NSFAS have done. And now we thank you for your input. We are going forward now. So that we can also be able to transfer to the ones coming after us. Thank you very much. Oh, my name
of Orbit Tibet College in the Northwest. I am the Deputy President of Northwest.
Oh, ladies, okay. DM is going to respond. Ne? If you have a question or a comment or something to say, please hold it for the next 3 minutes, and then we will attend to it. But time is generally our greatest constraint right now. I think that this does not bring us to the end of our engagement. This is only the beginning, like you had said, that these conversations must transcend beyond these walls. And with that said, I'm going to request for the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training to come and give us the closing remarks. DM is a friend of us all, I would like to believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, and let me firstly thank the keynote and also the two panelists. I mean, the two panels and the panelists who participated in those panels, but also to thank those who contributed to the success of this. I think we've acknowledged others, but I think it would be important that we acknowledge also the contribution by the landlord. The CEO of Sci-bono is here, and I think with some of the members of his team, together with Insight Education. But I think more importantly, the students, the SRCs, who sent you here to come and have this conversation. So I want to make some few points. I'm hungry and I hope we all are, so I won't speak for long. The first point is that this is obviously one of many leadership and capacity development programs that we have as the Department of Higher Education and Training that's focusing broadly on student leadership. So it's just but one of those. I think some of you who may have been part of the excursion which we've had earlier in the year at the Robben Island, you would remember that it was also centered around leadership, although at a broader level. And just yesterday or last week, I can't remember now. Last week, actually, today's a Monday, we were in an engagement with Tibet College SRCs through Saveta in Cape Town, and we had conversations also around leadership. But the student development and capacity building section in the department has a whole lot of programs, and some of them are here. I think Sichaba is there. And so they're listening to you. So it shouldn't be a program of the Deputy Minister, but it should be a program of the department. How do we institutionalize capacity development and training, particularly targeted at young women, so that it allows conversations. And I think the kind of conversations we've had here is quite exciting. The second thing is that, and I think we've spoken about, leadership as a collective, but I think also importantly it's about building an ecosystem. It's about creating support. It's about creating networks. You've been in SRCs for this term. Some of you have campaigned here, the young lady from the University of Northwest. Unfortunately, we may not be voting there, and good luck. But in the year, I suppose, you've met with exciting people. So it's not about what is said here from the panel, but it's also about what's being said, amongst yourself as peers, learning from each other, exchanging experiences. So a solid type of network that can come from here I think it would be exciting, and we should definitely be able to find ways within which we can work with that network. But also a network that says, we've been through the journey. The chair of the portfolio committee, I think, spoke quite heartedly about her role in the SRC, for instance, and that's the journey which some of you have traveled and will continue to travel, garnering experiences, garnering knowledge, and I think that knowledge, can only be useful if it's shared amongst your peers, but also if it's shared with those who come, into office after you. So that's the second thing. How do you take this forward as part of a network of engagement? The third thing is that we see the role that student leadership play on campus. In most instances, the role that student leaders play on campus is when there are problems. It's when there are protests, and I think there is much more that student leaders can contribute, and that all of those, need to be put on top of the agenda. There's a lot of remarkable stories that I've personally heard from interacting with student leaders, young women leaders, on campus, and the kind of things that they've done, stretching resources, some of those resources being from the SRC, stretching, coming up with initiatives to raise funds, for specific projects that are meant, to support, students on campus, all of that. And I think those are some of the things that need to be told, some of the experiences that need to be shared, and I think it's important. And then the fourth thing is that universities and TVET colleges and community colleges are social institutions, and important social institutions for that matter. It is a place where not only do we go and learn, and others teach and research and develop new knowledge and all of that, but we want these social institutions to be a reflection of and to respond to who we are currently and the kind of future we imagine and idealize. And if we take away that, we would have taken away everything that has to do with probably, one of the most advanced sections in our society. You're the most privileged. I think about 6% of the South African population have a degree. The participation rate at TVET and university college, and university level, as a proportion of the population is slim. And it may be because of a whole range of factors. And that's the social aspect of these institutions. Our advanced intellectuals, in terms of skills, in terms of knowledge, and all of those things are at a university level, and how we use the knowledge that we accumulate and the skills that we accumulate, to make society better. I think it's important. But it's also, and I think that's when, we want to push universities and TVET colleges and community colleges to be engaged with and basically treat students as robots. It won't work. And I'm also partly saying this because of a comment made by one of the participants, a journalist who subjected themselves to the horror of reading some remarks from a professor. Institutions of higher learning are social institutions, and they should be treated as such. And if none of those institutions would regard themselves as that, then it means that it means that we will not be proactive, for instance, in dealing with issues such as gender-based violence. Because if we if these crimes are committed in these institutions, where else should we go and address them? Should we take them to a mosque? When it is, I've had, something, in the past week, some shocking statistics around what is happening in terms of gender-based violence in our institutions, and having a share of close to, more than 10% of the country's, reported crimes around gender-based violence. Where else do we deal with these issues? Where they happen, and so forth. So I really, appreciate the contributions that were made from the panelists and also from yourselves. And I get the points raised around and agree, for instance, with the implementation of our policies in terms of students with disabilities. We're making some progress, and I think that we obviously need to do more. I'm told that we don't have a sign language interpreter because none of the participants here indicated that they would need that service. But if it was needed, of course, we were going to be able to get that service. But that's not an excuse. I think it's important that we, in the broader sense of inclusivity, and I'm using that word because it was used here several times, both by yourselves and also by some of the panelists. We should not, in any way, compartmentalize the struggles that young women are confronted with on campus. It may be because they are facing those challenges as young black women, young disabled black women, young bisexual or intersex, black, disabled young women, that we should not find a situation wherein those struggles are compartmentalized. The SRCs, as a structure of governance, has to be, for all students. We're going to, as I said, and I think would really want to get some feedback from you, which we'll give to the department's section that deals with capacity building. So that feedback is going to be important. But we are going to continue to work with both Saveta, but also directly with some of the SRCs at an institutional level to continue this, because we have to unleash the potential that we have at our universities, at our TVET colleges, and that potential, I believe, lies in our SRC leadership. So thank you very much. From wherever you are, travel safely, and let's hope that we will be the ones that makes our institutions of higher learning better. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mandela, and I'm from the Office of the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Mr. Mandela. Mine is quite very short. I'm here to make announcements, but before that, I just want to thank the Deputy Minister, our panelists, our special guests, especially the SRC for honoring our invitation. What a fruitful dialogue. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Okay, before we close, I just wanted to let you know that I believe that everyone is hungry. So lunch will be served on level 2, so everyone is welcome there. Thank you so much. We can close.